Hello. What's up, everybody? JR, $10, Firidon, Enktar, Rasta, Shazar, Sokoman, Doomed, Red Shirt, Seraphim, Locust, Becarian, Pukebear. Thank you, Heroes and Diamonds. For 1 year of subscription. Tier 1, I appreciate it. It's 1 year. It's a long time. And Dodo Nino, thank you for 18 months of Tier 1 subscription. I appreciate it. Dodo Nino, Heroes and Diamonds will both be remembered. Thank you. Random NPC, what's up? How did the match go? Not very well. I didn't score a single goal. And then we lost in overtime. It happens. After winning the semifinals 6-0. What a shame. It is what it is. Was just fun watching the game, honestly. I'm not that fussed about scores and results, It's fun watching the game. But Timmy, thank you for the tier 3. 31 months. Appreciate it. Nas says I don't have to type anything. You can do exactly whatever you want, Timmy. That's the power you have as a human being capable of agency and all that, Thank you, Timmy, for the 31 months. Wait, that was a tier 3 resub. Why do you not have the tier 3 visual? Am I the only one not seeing it? I don't see the flames on Timmy's eyes. Something's lying to me. It's either the icon or the resub message. You turn that stuff off. Oh, wait, you can? Hold on. You can turn... That's actually something I didn't know. I've been doing this for a long time, and I was not aware. Well, Timmy, thank you for the information. I'm learning. What's up, Koilu? Insane how unlucky you guys are. You deserve to win a gold by now. You deserve if you win. You don't. Of course, over the course of the entire tournament, I feel like Switzerland was probably the most consistent team, but you gotta show up for the big games, That's sport right there. It doesn't matter how consistent you are, you don't show up. $10. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Like you care. Mitt Romney, Lady Money, Battles, Sebakari, and Pharaoh Hildes will all be remembered thanks to $10 taking advantage of 35% off. I actually, it struck me the other day that I haven't used any of those 35% off for a couple months. I said I was going to use them at the end of every month, and then I don't know. I took I took the break in April, and it sort of made me forget about it. So I need to use them. I have a stockpile of them now. So I figured I would use one today. If I had thought about it, I would have used one on Thursday, but yeah, I didn't think about it. So we'll have to use some of these things going forward. And yeah, obviously, if you don't take advantage of it, you're literally losing money. And that's exactly what it is. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to 10 sucks. Okay, someone doesn't like $10 and is willing to spend money for us to know about it. Don't mind that. I have ups everywhere. You wouldn't think so. I'm surprised, but you know, I'm not unhappy about it if it makes me money at the end of the day. But yeah, thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are. If there were a real hater, it would have been a tier 3 gifted. That's true. That's true. This is some weak ass antagonism, frankly. Anyway, let's what are we doing? Let's start this. I do not actually remember what we were doing on Thursday. No, it's a bit different now, Locust. You get a new fresh pack of I don't remember exactly how it works, but you get 3 every quarter, basically. Every 3 months you get a refill of 3 and you get extra hours on top of it. Now the thing is, I don't know what the rest of the year is gonna look like. Maybe on my birthday stream, if my birthday stream ends up being like a 12-hour stream, like I'm imagining it will be right now, I might want to have 12 hours saved up for that, right? So, I mean, I don't see any reason to use more hours than what my stream lasts, because you might need the hours later, and the chances of someone gifting outside of stream hours is almost inexistent. So the chances of people gifting during the stream are pretty slim these days. So certainly not outside of it, because you know, the economy being what it is, it's rough these days. $10 is everywhere. It's natural that infinite encounters with randos will lead to some haters. You would think so. I mean, in this case, I'm assuming it's more of a joke than anything, but we'll never know, because it's anonymous. What's up, Clip Turn? I'm sorry to hear that. And fuck cancer indeed. What's up, Zio? Part-time badass. Welcome back. It's been a while. Sadino, good to see you. Yeah, I don't remember what I was doing last time. Let's see. We have this beautiful masterpiece of a homemade map. I think we were in the Maroon Sea. Yeah. We did the investigate the facility thing, and now we need to do the investigate the samples. That's what we were doing. And I think we were generally on our way back to the Citadel, because we were done with Pharaohs. Wanted to go back to the Citadel to sort of, you know, regroup, do a little check on potential new quests, and then go back to Noveria, I think was the idea. What's up, DJ? I can't fuck cancer, but the best I can do is fuck a cancer. I'll go forth and do that this way. Hey, good luck with that. I'm pretty sure it's their birthday month, so, you know, might be celebrations going around. Maybe someone will take that as a gift. I don't know. I like cancers. I get along with cancers pretty well, usually. Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of my relationships have been with cancers for whatever reason. I don't know. Even when I was it's interesting because looking back at it, even when I was a very young teenager, my first love, my first you know, hopeless love as a child, young teenager, was a cancer. Maybe that's what determined the whole course of my life after that. I don't know. Just made some pesto and some jam. Ate cleaning so many pots and utensils. I actually had pesto pasta just before the stream. Some nice sun-dried tomatoes in there and everything. It was delicious. Hey, what's up, Rick Barb? Thank you for watching the Disco Elysium playthrough. I appreciate that. That Disco Elysium playthrough on YouTube has brought many people to the channel. I did end up playing a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3. We played about, what, 100 hours, I think, on stream before I called it quits on the game. It wasn't made for me, I will say that. There is a non-zero chance I might return to it one day with a completely different approach. But the way I was trying to play Baldur's Gate 3 was not a pleasant experience. I will say that. What's up, Clemeno? Easily top 30 main menu music of all time. Well, that's a pretty wide bracket, so I think you might be correct. A pretty wide net, so there's a chance it's in there. I don't know. There's a lot of good main menu musics, though. We've experienced plenty on this channel. We love a good main menu music for sure. What's up, Black? What's up, Megan Fox? Food bowlers? Cleric? You? But you know, this music is great, of course. Dark Souls 3 still higher? Dark Souls 3, I remember it being pretty good. I don't know if I would rank it higher than this, though. Yeah, Disco Elysium is one of the best. Outer Wilds is great. There was one of the music in Red Dead Redemption 2, because there's several tracks. One of them was an absolute masterpiece. Which might have contributed to the fact that it was the longest ever we spent on a title screen on this channel, which was like 3 hours and, I don't know, 50 minutes or something. Three hours, 48 minutes. It's a full burn. The stream to burn the midnight oil too. That's a beautiful image right there. Yeah, Rick, a lot of people have actually mentioned that Outer Wilds. I remember a lot of people saying they didn't click with it right away. It took them a couple of attempts to get really into it. I get it, I think. For me, it was instant love, but I get it. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, my issue with it was the companion system. I thought they were distracting, because it seems like the only thing they wanted to do was, you know, have a gigantic orgy. It felt so at odds with whatever was happening in the game. It wasn't introduced in a smooth way. It felt like it was just... It felt like the game was made for horny teenagers, which was definitely not what I was looking for. You know, I like good, well-built romances and all that. I don't mind that at all. I'm a big fan of that stuff in games, but yeah, the way it was made in Baldur's Gate 3 did not work for me, for sure. So if I'm ever returning to the game, it will be with the intent of fucking everything that moves. I'm gonna do a man-whore playthrough in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna be a hussy that doesn't care about saving the world at all. And I think I'm gonna meet the game on its own terms, and therefore enjoy it a lot more. Yeah, I have no clue what the track names for Red Dead 2 are. I might not even have heard them because I stopped playing the game at some point. Yeah, Red Dead 2 unfortunately got a little boring for me. I was struggling with the mission structure and the narrative structure overall. I mean, we had full streams of title screen. So we've had like pure chatting streams, like a couple of them. But those were not, you know, there was no game launched or anything. Like it was intended to be just a little catch-up sesh. There was at least one of those. Now a pure title screen, I mean, there was one. Was it Hollow Knight? Where I ended up not playing the game a little bit before my break in April, but I don't think the stream lasted 3 hours. And the funny part about the Red Dead 2 one is that we eventually played the game for a little bit, which might be a requirement for this record. I don't know. Otherwise, it's not a title screen session, right? It's just an aborted stream. I don't know. We'll have to think about it whenever, you know, the record is beat unintentionally. By unintentionally, I mean, you know, with the intent of playing the game and then not doing so. Yeah, for me, it wasn't even the pace, Clemeno. It's just that I think the structure is abysmal. It goes from... to me, Red Dead 2, the way I described it, and I think I feel this way about most Rockstar games, is that it's two different games in one package. And both games are at odds with one another. One of them is this completely free roam, beautiful world to explore, cowboy simulator kind of thing, where you have all the freedom in the world and you can do whatever you want, and it feels, you know, extremely immersive and super interesting. But ultimately, you know, a little bit, you know, there's no narrative drive behind it. So after a while, you know, you've kind of experienced this freedom, and you're like, well, okay, now I want to play a story, right? I want to see what the actual narrative is about. And then it becomes this very restrictive, linear, dissonant, you know, situation with the missions. If you step on the side of the sidewalk and you're not supposed to, you get a failure. If you take an extra couple minutes to enjoy the vibe, and the mission wants you to get there by a certain time, you get failed. And you have absolutely no freedom in those things, and you do things in those missions that conflict with the rest of the game in a very jarring way. The story in itself, I thought, was great. If Red Dead 2 had been a Last of Us style, you know, structure, just a linear game with some little bit of freedom in each sort of zone, and you explore them one after the other, I would have probably thought it was one of the greatest games of all time. Because I think the story in itself is fantastic. I think the characters are great. The artistry is obviously incredible. And if the game had been a pure open world cowboy simulator with a little bit more depth as a result, and you know, maybe a little narrative peppered on it, but while keeping that same freedom, I also would have thought it was one of the best games of all time. It's just the combination of the two just doesn't work, and it you know, makes both parts less enjoyable as a result. And I'm sure GTA 6 will suffer from the same problem, because I don't think they're gonna, you know, I don't think they have any reason to rethink their system. No, I mean, strictly on the narrative standpoint, I think the story structure is a little weak. I feel, but that's probably due just to the sort of the format of the game. Outside of it, like, it doesn't just exist in a vacuum. But I think the structure of, we get to a town, we try to get acclimated, we do a little bit of work to get involved with the locals, and then we end up shooting them all because Micah does something stupid. I think that sort of, you know, I'm just simplifying, but every time it's like you get to a town, you get familiar with the people, and then something happens that makes you shoot everyone and have to leave. I think that being repeated like 4 times over the course of the game was a little much. But in you know, like, adjacent, pretty similar ways, let's say. But you know, it's a video game. I guess based on the way the game was structured overall, it just makes sense that this was the result, I guess. But oh well. Not every game can be The Last of Us 2 when it comes to narrative, so it's okay. Goose, thank you for the tier 3, 47 months. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. That's a huge resub. Delightful business, Goose. You will be remembered. Yeah. I'm gonna say something heretical, but was there a title screen music in Blueprints? There had to be, right? I remember Blueprints title screen being super cool, but I don't remember what the title the music was. Yes. Okay, my monitor. You remember I was talking about that stuff that my monitor was doing on the left side, like the sort of a grid showing in white, and it was sort of taking over. It was very almost invisible in the past few weeks, and now it's back in full force. I really don't understand what's going on. Now it's even worse than it's ever been, I think. I really need to buy a new monitor. Yeah, Goose. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Always a pleasure when we hear that organ. Dark and mysterious, yeah. Man, what a game, Blueprints. What a game. It might be the best designed video game of all time. Funny to see people in chat whose username I heard countless times in the disco playthrough, $10 for example. That is something we've heard a few times, Rick Barb. It's funny. Like people having heard those names so many times but never seeing them, and then you come here and it's like, oh, I know these people. I've heard of them before. It's me, the $10, yeah. No, I totally get that. I've had like the opposite experience lately, which was like about a year ago. I was watching old Man vs. Games VODs. I was watching his like Dark Souls 1 playthrough or something, which Dark Souls 2 or 3 or whatever, like those old, you know, Souls playthroughs on YouTube. And he was sometimes, you know, talking to people in chat, and there were names that I, you know, not only some of them that I remembered from the old days, which was like a nostalgic trip of being like, holy shit, I haven't thought about that person in so long, but I remember them being in chat all the time. And then people that are now on my channel, that have been around on my channel, or you know, and that were watching him back in the day, and you know, those names didn't mean anything to me back then, but now they do, and that's been a fun sort of moment as well. What's up, Shepard? How are you doing today? All right, let's get in there. Oh shit, I still have my map up. I didn't realize that. All right, let's bring the map up. It doesn't look that bad when you look at them. Like it felt like that side quest list was gigantic, but it actually, if you remove the collectibles, you don't have that many things. But it's pretty good. I'm gonna have to work on some of that. How long you say you've been streaming? So it's a little difficult of a question because I've had two big phases of streaming. I took a hiatus between 2014 and 2022. So basically I started streaming. My first streams were in 2010 on Justin TV back in the day. I was streaming StarCraft 2 to no one, really. It was just for me to... my biggest reason for it was I wanted to record my games to look at them again and hear my thoughts at the same time, and you know, because I was speaking out everything I was thinking. And so those were my first streams. Though I always go back to my first streaming experience was in 2009, where I played the original Dead Space. The original Dead Space came out, and one of my friends was like, "Oh man, that game looks so rad," and I was like, "Hold on, I'm gonna try something." We were on MSN Messenger at the time, and I managed to make MSN Messenger believe that my capture card, which at the time was not even like a proper capture card, it was like a TV tuner card, but I managed to connect my PlayStation to it, PlayStation 3 at the time, to a tuner TV card, and then make MSN Messenger believe that this was a webcam. And so I was streaming with the little webcam window. I was streaming only the audio, because the fucking sound wouldn't work. Only the audio of Dead Space to my buddy who wanted to see the game. And then he started doing the same thing by putting his webcam in front of his TV and showing me Infamous. If you remember Infamous on PS3. Because I was like, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing what this Infamous game is all about. And so he was putting his webcam in front of his TV, and I was watching Infamous. And so those were the first moment of like, dude, how amazing. I remember us talking about how amazing would it be if you could actually do that on the internet and have people watch, like YouTube but live. Like, that was our thought process. And because at the time we knew about like Ustream and a few of those things, but it was mostly just people, putting a webcam in front of their face and just, like streaming games was virtually unheard of. And it's because we were doing this stuff that we started looking into it, and we found Justin TV, and we found the gaming section of Justin TV. And at the time it was just like, Man vs. Game, Dance Gaming, like those really like first few people. And we were like, oh man, this is kind of cool. And then, StarCraft 2 came out, and but never did anything with it. And then StarCraft 2 came out, and I was like, I'm gonna do this Justin TV thing. And that's when I started actually, streaming games for the first time. And at the time I knew of the variety side of Justin, but I was mostly interested in the StarCraft 2 stuff. Watching Day 9 Daily and watching like the all the StarCraft 2 tournaments, MLG and all that. That was mostly what I was into at the time. I was aware of the variety because of what we had seen like after that Dead Space Infamous sort of thing. But I wasn't too into it. And then 2011 I got into League of Legends, and then I went on a different platform called Own TV, which is where I did most of my early days of streaming. And that's where I built quite a bit of audience actually at the time, doing League of Legends on there. Some people that are still watching me to this day came from that era. And I remember at the time I was playing League, and then sometimes at the end of the League stream I was like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna play another game for a couple hours. Because I remember at the time I first heard about Lethal Frag that was doing his like 2-year challenge or whatever. If you old school, streaming people remember that. He was doing his 2-year challenge, which was a big thing at the time. And that's sort of what got me into variety a little bit more. And I was like, oh man, what he's doing is pretty cool. Like playing other games than just competitive multiplayer games, right? Which was the big thing in streaming at the time. And it got me to find Man vs. Game again, and Dance Gaming and all that. And yeah, so I was doing, I was playing a couple hours of League, and then I would do a little bit of variety and, whatever I wanted to play at the time. It wasn't great or anything, but yeah, that's where I built like my very first, like sort of very first beginning of an audience. And then Own TV went down, stopped paying me. Because I was partner at the time, so I was making money on Own TV. But the whole structure was very, very poorly managed. And I was sort of thinking of moving away from League because I was getting kind of burned out on streaming League, and I wanted to do more variety. So I moved back to Twitch, which was around 2013. And that's really when I got deep into like the variety thing, and I was hanging out in variety communities, and found Cole Carnage's stream. And Cole Carnage at the time was a very small streamer. Like some of his streams were down to like 50, 80, less than 100 viewers when we was doing like Mafia sort of streams, playing Mafia, you know, with like webcams and all that. And I was joining on those games a few times. And then when he was doing like his big games, like Starbound at the time was a pretty big one he was playing. Like he would go to like 250 viewers and stuff like that. You know, like the beginnings of Cole Carnage. All things considered, obviously. That was after his Neverwinter days, though. I like joined the community after Neverwinter sort of like fade out, and he and Elohim stopped playing, and you know. And so Cole Carnage had a streaming team, which, you know, I was just starting streaming. I was streaming Starbound at the time too, which was one of the first games I really streamed a whole lot on Twitch. Well, there were a few like card games that I streamed before that. My transition actually from OwnTV to Twitch was card games. Started playing Scrolls. It was like a Mojang card game at the time, and then Infinity Wars. It was a mess of a video game from a team in Australia, and played some Hearthstone and stuff like that. But that was my transition into Twitch. I was opening like card packs. I remember MTG card packs at the time too. And then, yeah, got like fully into like Starbound. That was the first thing that kind of, you know, sort of gave a direction to the new channel the way I wanted to do it at the time. Which, again, got me to meet Cole Carnage, got enrolled in his streaming team, did that for about a year or so, playing a variety of games. I remember at the time, I still remember like the biggest raid I've ever gotten was at the time I got a raid from Dance Gaming for like 2,000 people or something, which was pretty crazy at the time. You know, still I think still my biggest raid to date. I don't think I've ever gotten more than that. But yeah, it was a crazy moment back in those days. Twitch was very different. that was basically right before or when they got acquired by Amazon. It was a very different time. And then I think my most popular game at the time, like the biggest game I was playing at the time, was This War of Mine by 11-Bit Studio, the guys behind Frostpunk and all that. Their first like big game was This War of Mine. I played that one for a few months, and like everyone stopped playing it, like all the big streamers stopped playing it, and I kept playing it and doing challenge runs. Like I was adding challenges because I was pretty good at the game, so like I wouldn't lose a run unless I made it very hard for myself. And that brought a lot of audiences at the time. I remember like several hundreds, like for weeks. Because I was the only person still streaming that game. And that was like towards the end of 2014, I think. And then Destiny came out. And I remember I started playing that, and work was getting pretty intense, and my health was declining because I was working full-time as a teacher plus streaming full-time. Like literally would come home from work after teaching a whole day and stream like 6 to 8 hours on top of it, and then sleeping 2 to 3 hours, and then doing it all over again. So my health was declining, and I was like, I need to go back to the gym. I need to do something about my health. And then so the combination of plenty of work, going back to the gym, and playing Destiny in my free time, which I didn't want to stream. Basically, those were the engines of me being like, you know what, I have to make a decision here. I can't live it like sleeping 2 hours a night. Like I'm gonna die if I keep doing that. So streaming at the time, you know, it wasn't as easy. I was partnered at the time. I got partnered by playing Skyrim in like June 2024, June 2024, 2014, sorry. 2014. I was making a little bit of money, but it was much harder to make money than it is today. There weren't gift subs. None of that stuff existed at the time. And so I had to make a decision. I was like, you know what? The teaching job's what's paying the bills right now. So I'm gonna go back to that. And yeah, took an 8-year hiatus out of that. I was still very much consuming Twitch. I remember 2014 is when I found early 2014 is when I found Excessive Profanity, so I spent a lot of time on that channel during the years that followed. Kept watching Man vs. Game for as long as he streamed, of course. And yeah, then around 2016, 2017, that's when my dad got sick, and when I, started working as a teacher only part-time. Started writing, because my dad getting sick made me think about dreams and, doing things with your life before it's too late. And I was like, I want to write books. That was my childhood dream. So I got back into that, and eventually that worked out pretty okay, and eventually stopped teaching altogether in 2019. And then the pandemic happened. So, touring for the books kind of stopped at the same time, unfortunately. And so I was at home, and I was like, you know what, I might stream again. I was watching a lot of Twitch again, as everyone was, during the pandemic. And that sort of gave me the virus again. I was like, I have a bunch of free time now, might as well, do something with it. And yeah, went back to streaming in 2022. June 2022, in fact. We're about to celebrate 4 years of this era of the stream. But yeah, overall, I've been in this space, doing something in this space for over 16 years. I've been involved in a way or another for 16 years in this, in this space. So it's been a while. All that knowledge, none of it very useful. I sure hope not, DJ, considering it's an 18+ channel, but it's a random walk. Mount Rushmore of games. How many heads is the Mount Rushmore? Like, when you say Mount Rushmore, you need 4? Is that it? I'm sorry, I'm too European for this. Yeah, Disco Elysium, Outer Wilds, Blueprints for sure. And if I need a 4th one... Redacted, yeah, exactly. That adult game that I'm never gonna name. That would be number 4. It's so good. It's so good. What's up, Quasi? Exactly. I'm going with that. I'm going with that as my answer. But if I'm forced to not pick an adult game and I need a 4th one, I don't know, honestly, man. It's quite hard. I mean, I guess Shadow of the Colossus has had a gigantic impact for me when it comes to games in general. I think Last of Us 2 is one of the most brilliant games ever made in terms of narrative and overall presentation and all that. I don't know. Yeah, number 4 is a little more difficult, I guess. I feel like those 3 stand well above the rest. I mean, Returnal's really good. Returnal's probably a top 10 for me. Top 10 game. You like teaching school? Asking as a fellow teacher. I like working with the kids, yeah. That part was fun. I hated the fucking administration stuff and dealing with the adults involved. Sometimes the parents, although most of them were fine, as far as I'm concerned. But mostly, like, the other adults in the school system. including sometimes my colleagues. Yeah, but working with the kids was great, but the problem for me was that in the 10 years I've been teaching, I could see the decline, and I realized, you know, I mean, I know I'm working in Switzerland. Education's pretty well supported here. Like, I know it's a very privileged situation to teach in Switzerland as opposed to other countries, right? Still, like, in 10 years, I could see the decline of the way education was valued by, you know, higher ups, decision makers, politicians, and I could see the issues boiling. So I'm not mad I got out, and I hope I never have to return to it. I might have to, honestly. It's looking more and more likely every month that I might have to return to teaching, at least part-time, but I don't know, maybe I should write another book instead before it's too late. I don't know. I have some other projects I want to do, but yeah, I don't know. It's getting rough out there. You know. Obviously, you know, the economical state of the world doesn't help. It makes it harder for people to support the creators they're watching. And I feel that as, you know, as someone who's shaking his little virtual tin cup, I can tell that the well is drying, unfortunately. Between like the overall decline of, you know, of just like disposable income, I guess. The general decline of Twitch viewerships and discoverability and all that, especially for smaller channels. And also, one thing that's very annoying is the conversion from US, like the decline of the US dollar in general. Which, as someone who suffers from this conversion, all in all, I think my month of May this year, I made about half of what I made last year, which is a very, very concerning. And it's I'm just taking May as an example, but it's you know, it's very much in line with the trend I've been noticing for the past year. So it's, I don't want to be alarmist, but you know, I don't know how the show is gonna survive long term. We'll see. It's gonna be challenging, but we'll see. We'll see. We've got we have a little bit of you know, headspace. No, what's the word I'm looking for? We had a little bit of runway to give time for you know, for maybe for more positive days. Despite general channel growth, yes, despite that. And outside of revenue, like, engagement's been obviously much lower, but that, you know, that's understandable with the COVID. Because when I came back to streaming, you know, we were still pretty much in the COVID days for like about a year. Which, you know, obviously people were at home and way more engagement. But like, when I came back to streaming, I had, I don't know, not even a fifth of the audience I have today, and engagement was like tenfold compared to now. In fact, last week, I think I've recorded my 2 lowest engagement streams ever in terms of like chat messages and all that. Even though the audience numbers were fine, they were just, you know, they were pretty much average. Yeah, just people are busy, and you know, it's a whole different climate now than it was even 3 years ago. Yeah, for sure, DJ. That was a big hit for me personally, unfortunately. Yeah, Gruckle's fair. Yeah, sometimes just one of those days. I mean, it you know, if it's just one day, I'm not even thinking about it, Fryer. But I think it's just, all this that I'm talking about now is in line with the general trend that I've been noticing over the past few weeks. It's not just a day, right? Like, good days and bad days, yes, they do happen, but trends are noticeable. I have a lot of, you know, as streamers, you have a lot of data on all of that, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. But also, I feel like growth in general has stalled a lot. Like, in the past year, like, the number of new followers has been extremely minimal. Oh, you would think so, Ankdar, but there was at least twice as much chatting happening. At least twice as much. Yeah, but even then, like Friar, it usually you would start, you know, like the typically what I would notice is you start a new game and you get an influx of new followers of the people who are interested in watching that game. That doesn't really happen anymore. Like Silk Song, literally Silk Song, I was at a net negative in followers after a couple of weeks of playing it, which is crazy. Part of that is probably due to, like, a lot of people followed me for Hollow Knight like a couple years ago, so there's probably a lot of overlap there. So that explains why maybe they didn't bring like a lot of new people, but even then, like, it's been really crazy the past year. Even Mass Effect, like, it's been minimal. Like, I'm almost losing as much as I'm gaining these days. Which is, you know, like, that's something we've talked about in the past. And I'm sorry for those who think, like, this type of topic is boring as fuck. I get it. No one wants to see how the sausage is made, but I've always been transparent. I love talking shop, so, you know, you're gonna have to deal with that sometimes. The general trend of any channel, not even just Twitch, but YouTube, any fucking, like, social media channel or anything, is atrophy. It's always is. It's always the general trend. And the reason for that is that people move on. People have other interests and they go watch someone else, or they stop watching altogether. They have busy lives. Whatever the reason is, you're always fighting against general atrophy. And so you need to replenish your audience regularly to maintain numbers. Which is something that I think a lot of smaller streamers don't see, is that if you maintain your numbers, like if your numbers stay stable over the course of a year, you're actually doing pretty good, because you're replenishing everything that you're losing. So you're doing pretty good. You're doing better than most if that's the state of things, right? If you're actually growing, like if you see noticeable growth, you're absolutely crushing it. Even if minimal. And it doesn't mean that it's enough to sustain a channel, but, you know, you're fighting against the tide constantly when it comes to streaming. So as soon as the sort of replenishing of the audience sort of dries up a little bit, the decline happens very fast. But yeah, I don't know. I think Twitch is getting, you know, there's less new people coming to Twitch. There's less interest in Twitch in general. I think there's an overall Twitch burnout, maybe. Like, people have too many other things to do, and they rely on Twitch a little less than they used to. Obviously, again, like, you know, the post-pandemic thing. Obviously, there was a peak during the pandemic. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it's just the most of the growth and new viewers that we see are going to be absorbed by the bigger channels. That's just, you know, basic math. It makes sense. Yeah, Friar, that might be the case. Also, competition, right? I mean, I don't know what Kick is doing these days, but it feels like it's been growing a little bit, so that obviously hurts Twitch's bottom line, I guess. you thought about doing YouTube Live as an additional thing? Yeah, the problem is like I don't like multi-streaming. I hate the concept for many reasons. Not only for me, it makes things a little more complicated. I also think it breaks. I fucking hate. That's a personal thing, but I fucking hate when I'm watching a stream and I hear the streamer talking to someone in chat, and I'm looking at the chat. And I'm like, I don't understand what the streamer is talking about. And then I realized, oh, they're talking with their YouTube or TikTok audience. That annoys me to no end. I hate that shit. It annoys me so much, you cannot imagine. I hate the fragmented, you know, chats and fragmented community and audience. I've always, that's one of the things, you know, I'm a very sort of like rigid person when it comes to my vision of what my show is. It's one audience, one place, one time, and that's it. That's also why I was very, you know, you can ask, you know, Warren and 10 Bucks or whoever worked on the back end of the YouTube stuff. I was very resistant at first. I was very opposed to having a YouTube channel of any kind, even for VODs. Because I didn't care for, you know, creating another space. Same with Discord. I did not want to have a Discord server for the longest time, because I didn't want this space to exist outside of this channel. My idea is always, and that's why the Discord server is so limited in scope, right? There's not a lot of things on the Discord. I'm not trying to make the Discord server more than what it is, which is just a little space for information, basically. And a spoiler chat and a few of those like convenience things for subscribers. It is because I've always considered it, the live show starts and that's when you show up. That's when we get together. It's for the live show. It's always almost, you know, going back to the days of when a new episode of your favorite TV show, you know, was playing every week, and it was a bit of an event. Like everyone was excited for the new episode, and everyone would get in front of the TV at the same time, and you know that's kind of that vibe that I'm enjoying, as opposed to on-demand content and constant, you know, that constant stimulation and all that. I don't know. I think, I mean, for me personally, in my head, it's like perfectly in line with my general vision of things. It's sort of, you know, a slower approach to everything, and a less permanently connected internet 3.0 modern social media thing, right? I think it fits in the same sort of general like philosophy. But what's up, UC Top? It's a Primus. Time to start recording streams on VHS. Yeah, the only reason we have a Twitch like archive is because Twitch killed the VODs archive on the platform here. So we're using YouTube as a fallback. But yeah, Cleric, I like there's a lot of like communities that I'm part of as a viewer, but I'm always a little bit on the outside. And I see like they have super active Discord servers, some of them more active than their even like their Twitch channels, which is kind of always like a bit baffling to me. But and you know they always do events together, and I get it. I get that idea. I think it's cool. You know, I definitely understand it, but it's not something that I'm personally interested in. That doesn't fit in my. I'm not trying to build sort of like a. I'm not trying to build a space where people are just gonna, you know, always sort of be together and in that, you know, on stream and then on Discord and then on like calls and all that stuff like that. That's not what I'm trying to do. That just the problem with that, on top of like it doesn't fit sort of my vision of the thing, is that it's a fucking festering ground for drama. There's always drama in those things. It's like the WoW guild sort of like paradigm, you know. I'm not interested in that. I've dealt with that when I was younger and I was playing WoW and all that. I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. I'm trying to, you know, create as little spaces as possible where drama can fester and all that nonsense. So but yeah, I always like saying that and you know, I'm not saying that it sounds a little negative, but that's not the way I mean it. I hope you guys will understand what I mean, but I always think less about building a community that I think about building an audience, if that makes sense. And that goes with the idea of like we all get together for the show, right? I'm not trying to have this be a community that lives outside of the scope of the show, right? I'm not trying to, because I don't want that responsibility of bringing people together outside of a space that I can manage, and that's for limited time every day or 5 days a week, and we have fun and we hang out and we have great conversations and a good time. But I don't want that to be this thing that I become responsible of, and then there's, you know, stuff happening in it all the time, and then it's this all this always connected nonsense and all that like that. I'm not interested in that. Want to be a showman, not a community manager? I guess so, but you know, I guess during the stream you are, you know, I do, you know, have to moderate and manage and curate what we're doing here, right? Obviously, but it's happening. It's part of the show. It's the show, right? It doesn't have to be more than that. It's sort of my approach to it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, there's time off, right? I don't need to keep managing all this when the stream's over. So that's why, you know, going back to the original question, I'm not interested in doing YouTube live at the same time, because it fragments that, it breaks that sort of vision of one moment, one place, one unit, right? And then there's the question of, you know, making other type of content. I've had a TikTok idea that's not completely related, like not directly related to the stream, but that's still like in the gaming sort of space that I've been thinking about doing. I've had some, I did some prototypes. I'm not too convinced yet, but the problem is, as with everything, like if you do something like YouTube Shorts or TikToks or whatever, and it blows up, great, and then you might have some, you know, you might see some positive benefits for your Twitch channel, but those are two big ifs. First, you need to find the audience on the different, you know, medium, which is just as hard as finding an audience on Twitch, I think, even though discoverability is better on TikTok and YouTube or whatever. But it's still like plenty of people do this shit 5 hours a day and don't find any audience on TikTok or YouTube Shorts. And then even if you find an audience there, it needs to transfer to your live stream, which that's a whole other fucking thing. That's even more rare. Like, I see people with hundreds of thousands of views on their TikToks, and they stream to 20 people every day. You know, it doesn't always drip back towards your live stream, so it's, I don't know. I don't think I make the type of content that benefits from that kind of stuff. But yeah, but that's the thing, Fryer, is I would not do the same. I would do a specific type of content for TikTok. That's what I've been sort of working on lately, is I have an idea for a TikTok thing, and it's very specifically made for TikTok. And I think it would carry the spirit, sort of my approach to video games and sort of the vibe. But it doesn't mean that it's going to translate to more live viewers, even if it works on TikTok. But another project that could generate some revenue. I don't know. I don't know. For now, it's a bit on hold. I think honestly, the one of the best ways I've seen Like the pretty much any stream I've seen naturally grow in the past few months to a year were people playing multiplayer games and, you know, slightly smaller multiplayer games and making guides on YouTube. That, I think, translates very well into people watching your guides and your, you know, YouTube. Like, let's say you play Marathon and you do guides for the game and then you put runs on YouTube, and then people are like, oh, wow, I really like this dude. I love what he's doing. I'm going to go watch him stream live because it's kind of the same thing, except you get more content of the same kind. That, I think, I've seen a few channels grow out of that type of stuff with Arc Raiders and Marathon or even Warzone and stuff like that, like those types of games, League of Legends. But as far as variety goes, I don't know. I'm not seeing a lot of variety streamers grow these days anymore, unless there's, let's say, external circumstances that help. For instance, knowing someone, you know, knowing another big streamer, like being friends with a big streamer that raids you constantly or something. And even then, like, I mean, raids, it's crazy. Like, that's also one thing I've noticed is how insignificant raids have become. It's crazy. Even like 4 years ago, you would get raided, you would get like tens of, like dozens of follows out of it. Like, it would be insane. Because, I don't know, people were more present and active in general. Now you get raided by 100 people, you get 1 follow maybe, if on a good day. You get like even shout outs on channels with like hundreds of people, no followers whatsoever out of it. Not one. It's like, it's absolutely crazy. And I think a big part of that is a lot of people put a stream on the side and they don't even really pay attention to it. They just, you know, like nobody really pays attention anymore. I think it's, and I totally understand. Most of the time I put a stream on the side and I'm just playing a game or I'm working on doing something, and I just, you know, I just have a stream as a little company. I'm not like actively sort of paying attention to it. I totally get it. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not blaming anyone or anything. It's just the way it is, right? Passive community. Yeah, like I feel like, and again, that's not, you know, not blaming anyone or even not even complaining. I'm just noticing those trends is that sometimes I'm playing the game and I could have, I don't know, 80 to 100 viewers or something. I'm certain there's not even like more than 10 people actually listening and like actively sort of paying attention to what I'm doing. Like 10% I think is pretty much what I'm imagining. I'm imagining there's like 10% of people actually paying attention. Cause yeah, like something happens in game or I'm saying something that I feel is interesting or thought-provoking and there's no reaction whatsoever. I'm like, oh, okay. What's up, Elisa? How are you doing today? What's up, Sleepy? Yeah, no, exactly. I do the same. I don't know. I do the same. I love having streams on the side, and it's just, it's a sense of presence that is probably good when you're mostly doing very lonely activities in your home. Everything I do for work is you know, like whether it's writing or streaming is ultimately pretty lonely as an experience. I think it's a wider shift. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, it depends. It's a wider shift on the Twitch front, Slug, if that's what we were talking about, right? I think it's something I'm noticing around Twitch in general. Also just saturation. Part of it, yeah. Part of it is saturation for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people. Listen, there's people I've been following for 10 plus years. Some of them up to like 15 years that still go live, and I never watch them. And I love these people. These people are like friends that I made back in the day, and that I, you know, some of them I still talk to. I just never have the opportunity to really watch them. Doesn't mean that I don't think their content's amazing. I mean, Elisa right here, you know, one of my very good friends, and yet I barely have time to watch any of her stuff. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. Just one of those things. World famous classical musician I met said that he was on tour. A lot of people in his audience were asleep. There was the one that came up and bought most CDs. Yeah, that's insane. Sometimes just can be nice to listen to. No, absolutely, UC Top. That's why, you know, in general, I'm not too bothered about it, because that was one of my goals when I came back to streaming. Was one of my favorite streams during my hiatus from streaming, and the ones I consumed the most, and the ones that I valued the most, were the ones I enjoyed just putting on the side and listening to. It was sort of, you know, I'm a big lurker, and so I always wanted to make a lurk-friendly stream. Which is, you know, sometimes people mention how the rules of my chat, which are a very big part of that, I was going to get to it. The rules of my chat make it difficult to engage with sometimes. And I get that, because it's so hard to not break the rules here with how many, you know, restrictions there is in terms of talking about the video game, that it makes it hard for people to engage when I'm just playing the game. When we're having conversations like that, it's going just fine, right? Like the engagement today, for instance, has been great, because we're just having a conversation, so it's easy to engage with. When I'm playing the game, it's harder for the audience to engage, because it's like, I don't want to say anything, because, you know, I know like any information could be you know, break the rules. I don't want to get deleted, so I'm just gonna lurk and not say anything. Totally fine, I totally get it, and I don't dislike that, because I'm absolutely happy to have a lurker friendly stream, you know. Very much value the lurkers. But at the same time, the you know, the reactions and the conversations also what sort of you feed on as a streamer, like in terms of, because, you know, like 5 hours of gaming every day, like in front of the camera with the light and everything, it can, you know, it can be a little tiring. Especially if you're like a little tired because of life in general, or if it's 35 degrees in your room, like it is for me these days, and you need to feed on that audience energy a little bit sometimes, and yeah, so that it's that sort of little conflicting sort of scenario, right? Of I love having a lurker friendly channel, but at the same time I need some energy to feed on some days. But yeah, that's true, Intar. That's true. Yes, Slug, for sure, for sure. I don't know. It's, you know, it's a difficult balance to achieve at the end of the day. Because a part of it is just, you know, you go live, you turn on the light, you turn on the camera, and you just talk in front of the microphone, and just whatever happens, that's the fucking stream, I guess. That's not quite the way I look at it. I always like, you know, I like, you know, I always say the show, right? I like the show, the idea of the what is the show today. I like when it feels like there's at least a semblance of structure, in the sense that I want each episode to sort of feel like it has its own little like internal structure, and that it ends up being satisfying, which is very hard to do when you're, you know, not only working with a live audience, but you're also playing a game that you don't really know what it's going to give you. But I like having like, oh yeah, today that's what we're going to do in this show, and we're going to do this mission and this mission, and by the end of it, it feels like a nice little thing that we can put a little bow on, and it's, it feels like a complete sort of episode, if that makes sense, which, doesn't always work, but sometimes it does, and I feel very happy about those streams. And maybe as an audience, it's not something you notice, as a viewer. You might not even like notice it. It's just, oh yeah, it's just a dude that played video games and talked for 4 hours, right? But in my mind, that I'm seeking that sort of creating that thing live, creating that structure on the fly, right? And trying to make something out of it. It's an exercise in storytelling, in a way. And even if most people don't notice it, I definitely do, and I think subconsciously some people feel it, and I definitely can tell when a show's been good in that regard or not. Could never be a streamer that just throws on about any game, starts just chatting and be like, oh, what shall we do? Yeah, no, I don't get that. I mean, hey, I'm happy for people who listen. I see a ton of people who just go live on their schedule because they have to. That's their schedule. They go live. They have no clue what they're gonna do. They maybe will even put a poll up or whatever, and within 5 minutes they're already like a tier 5 hype train, and they've made their money for the day. They don't have to worry, or they get like, $500 donations out of nowhere every fucking time they go live. I've seen that happen many times, all the time. And I'm like, well, that sounds great. from like a financial point of view, that sounds awesome. Very little decision making. You just let your community do all the work for you, and then they decide the game you play, and then you pretend to play the game for a few hours, just and reading chat, and that's it. I'm not saying that in a demeaning way, right? It's just if it works, it works. Happy for you guys. I couldn't do that. It would make me feel creatively numb. I need to know what I'm working for. Like, I need to know what I'm creating, I guess. What's up, Colette? But this is a comedy show with a comedian that specializes in crowd work. It's difficult to make a living that way, but it's the most humanizing content out there. Although these days, I think the crowd work stuff is popping off on social media, so might be easier to make money off of that these days, but if you're good at it, at least. But yeah, like, there's been a few comedians that have literally done pure crowd work shows. They just, the show is, you just show up and you riff off the crowd, and I think that's a very impressive talent. But you just need get 1-2 Oilers hooked to your stream and you're set for life. I will say, typically those Oilers don't watch, middle-age adjacent, big mustachioed man. That's typically not the typical target audience. Yeah, I love Lucy Darling. I've been watching quite a bit of her stuff. Great. Yeah, she's extremely quick, super talented. What's up, Colette? How are you today? I think I said hi twice. She used to play different characters, DJ. I think these days she's mostly doing Lucy Darling. Her name's Carissa Hendricks, the performer. Lucy Darling being her current only character, I'm pretty sure. She was a magician originally, and she still does a couple of magic tricks, I think, in her shows, but it's mostly become like a stand-up crowd work kind of show these days. Her show definitely changed because of the sort of the success she found on social media with her crowd work. Bit stressed, but this too shall pass. I mean, it is what it is. Fucking hate that expression. I don't remember. No, we didn't do anything here. We traveled there and then we didn't do anything. And I think, yeah, we did Caspian and Vostok, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're left with Matano. Oh, well, I mean, ultimately, I guess my conclusion to this whole conversation is, you can't control those things, I don't think. It can feel like you can sometimes, like when you're riding the wave and everything sort of goes your way. It feels like you're in control, but you're actually not. It's just that sometimes you find yourself in a position where you can't make the wrong decision. The algorithms have chosen you, and it feels like everything you put out, like you're like, oh, I understand the formula, I figured it out. It's all an illusion. It's just that for a little time, you're the chosen one from the algorithm gods. Completely artificial. And I think it's easy to think that you figured out how to play this streaming game. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. The more I learn, the more I accumulate knowledge about this after 16 years plus of being in this space, the more I'm convinced that I don't understand any of it. I feel like there's some principles that I've learned and that I apply over time, that I feel play in my favor in terms of positioning, in terms of like game choices and sort of, like general, I guess, fundamental stuff for myself, like do the show you want to do, right? Don't compromise for money or whatever, because you are gonna not only make the show annoying for you, but you might not even make more money for it. Again, because of the fact that, if you think you understand, you actually don't. So those principles, I think, still apply, right? Like I make the show I want to make. I don't compromise on anything for the sake of more money or whatever. So those principles, yeah, that I feel like is a knowledge that I'm happy that I've learned. And like in terms of curating your community and not accepting people that don't sort of fit in with your vibe, because you don't want to lose that viewer. Yeah, fuck that viewer, if that viewer if you don't vibe with them for any reason whatsoever, just exclude. You that's always a principle that that will believe in until the end. You have to exclude some people to include everyone else. To include the people you want to include, you have to exclude some people sometimes. I know it sounds rough, but that's the reality of a shared space like that, I feel. If anyone's trying to ruin the vibe, even unintentionally, you can't let that happen. But anyway, in terms of, especially lately, like I've had that conversation with Nasrallah. It's like the things that I think will happen based on game choices or all that, like none of that applies anymore. It seems like it doesn't work. at this point, I think Naz and I ended up with the same conclusion, which is might as well play whatever you want, because it doesn't seem like it affects the overall success, growth, and numbers anyway, so whatever. Well, I mean, to be fair, Mr. Beast makes extremely compelling content. I think what he perfected is how to make a good YouTube video, and I think he knows how to play the algorithm. He knows, he's very good at titling his things, he's very good at making thumbnails, he's very good at finding concepts that are, you know, thrilling for people to watch. But the thing is, how do you isolate that and the impact it has on his success, as opposed to the algorithm's gonna push him anyway, so nothing he makes, you know, everything he does is the right move, basically. But no, he doesn't. LMFAO, he makes slub. Well, you're using the word slub, so your opinion immediately matters less to me, because that's, you know, that's Reddit brain bullshit. But, you know, on top of that, if you think Mr. Beast doesn't produce good content for what he's trying to do, I don't know. I don't think you understand the YouTube game very much, is what I'll say. If you think his videos don't have impeccable production quality, doesn't mean that it's good, doesn't mean that it's artistically interesting content or anything. It just means that he knows what he's doing, he knows what type of content he's doing, and he knows which audience he's doing it for. That's all it means. In the same way that, you know, Taylor Swift knows the kind of music she's making, and she's doing it very well, doesn't mean that it's very valuable artistically speaking, but I think there's a massive difference between the effort someone like Mr. Beast puts in his videos, whether you like them or not, and someone who's AI generating a picture and then some voiceover and then some nonsense lore or whatever about a popular video game, and then puts that on YouTube and gets thousands of views because it's a video game that has a lot of audience. That, to me, is content deserving of that word that I hate, that is slop. It's the most annoying buzzword currently. I cannot stand that word. But anyway, that's a different conversation altogether. Yeah, that's the thing, Shepard. Like it's the chicken and the egg situation. Was he really good at playing the thumbnail game, or did he literally create the thumbnail game? Right? Like, the algorithm was going to push him regardless. One possibility, which I'm not in the back end of things, I don't know how it's working, but one possibility is that the algorithm was going to push him anyway. He's the golden goose, right? The algorithm was going to push him anyway. That was the kind of thumbnail he was making. Therefore, everyone thought that's the kind of thumbnail they're gonna make, right? I hate it. They look like shit. I fucking hate that garbage. But, you know, You have to admit that it's the way people think you have to do things. But obviously the other side of the coin is tons of people do that style of thumbnails and they don't get any views. So that in itself is not enough, right? I don't know. Again, going back to what I said, the illusion of thinking you have it figured out, right? What's up, Emmy USB? How are you doing today? These videos are also currently on a downward slope viewer-wise. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, I think. He's been in there for a while, right? I think it makes sense that at some point you reach like critical mass, right? There's no people that aren't aware of you to join and start watching your channel. So the natural atrophy of things is gonna happen to you eventually, right? When you get big enough that everyone knows you, like there's no more space to go after that. And the new, like, younger kid that grow to start watching YouTube probably have different interests, right? Because that's just generational changes. So this asteroid has an unusually sculpted and artistic appearance with many long sweeping curves. Oh wait, did we actually survey this? We might have surveyed it, and then I only had the landing to do. Yeah, because all those things have been surveyed already. Have I read that? Oh, yeah. The fucking satellites that tax people for their use of... water, I remember that. So I think we've scouted those areas already. We just need to land on Shaska. Yeah. But to go back to Engthar's point about like survivorship bias, I think a factor here is that you do play a role in your success. You have to do the thing. You have to show up. You have to do the work. You have to, you know, and you know, it's easy to fall on the other side of the scale, which is, oh yeah, I mean, you know, whatever you do, only like 0.1% of people make it, so why even try? Well, sure, but 100% of people who made it had to show up and put in the work. That's the stat that matters to me, right? If you want to do something, like, obviously if you don't want to do something and your goal is just to make money, yeah, there are safer ways to make money than try to become a content creator. If your goal is to make money, I wouldn't advise trying to become a content creator. The chances are slim. But if what you want to do is content creation, you cannot be thinking about, well, only 0.1% of people make a living out of it. You cannot think like that. The only stat that matters is 100% of the people who made it had to actually show up and do the work. And that's what you need to focus on. Because that's what you want to do anyway. So what else are you going to do? Just not do it? Live the rest of your life thinking, oh, what if I did that? And would instead do a fucking shitty job that you might still get fired from and that you don't enjoy doing anyway? And then what? You die and that's it? And that was your one shot at this whole thing? I don't know. Hope slop maxing. Parakin, that one sentence makes me want to ban you. You're lucky you've earned your presence in this channel before. What's up, like you care? How are you doing today? You deserve it. The reason, the fact that you do, you know, makes you, you know, qualifies you for a longer stay, I guess. Not everyone has earned that privilege. That's true, Ingvar. That's true. Though I feel like that analogy sort of falls apart in the sense that I don't think anyone wants to be a slot machine player. Like I don't think that's a very aspirational goal. People want the money. So if the money is the only goal, gambling is probably a very, you know, a pretty poor way to reach it. The creative ventures are aspirational, right? When I was little, my mom told me that vagrants live on the streets and earn money by collecting tear. And I was like, hell yeah, I want to become homeless when I grow up. So I'm morally ready for everything. That's beautiful. Gambling is the goal. Hey, I mean, some people are very much addicted to gambling. And there are some, I'm sure, like if you're a poker player or something, right? That's a little more aspirational. There's an actual game there that is enjoyable to play, right? I'm not sure the slot machine is that, outside of the addiction factor, I'm not sure it's that engaging of a game, but... Oh, speaking of which, I don't know why my brain went there, but there were two things that I watched over the weekend that I wanted to talk about. One of them is, and that's where where I pulled the music, the song of the day was because I heard it in a documentary. It's a documentary by a Swiss YouTuber called Tataki, who also does his, like, I think his documentaries are also aired on like the national TV channel. Like I think it works for them. But anyway, it's a YouTuber called Tataki. He makes documentaries. He's a Swiss dude. I think the documentaries are subtitled in English, or there's like a generated dubbed version if that's the best you can do. But I think there are subtitles if you want to watch the original French version of it. And he did like a 100-hour in an ER service, not too far from here actually, like the closest big ER hospital from here. He spent 100 hours in the emergency department of the hospital. And just followed like the nurses and doctors. That documentary made me cry for like 30 minutes out of the entire hour. I was bawling. That documentary was insane. Not just because there's some sad moments, but also because there's like just seeing these people and the pressure they're under and all those situations and all that. Like I was losing it. So if you have an opportunity to watch that documentary, I very, very highly recommend it. It's one of the best documentaries I've ever seen. It's an hour long, just under an hour, and it's eye-opening, absolutely eye-opening about the conditions of work there and the situations that can happen. It's also very sad. Just a heads up, it's pretty sad. You have the link? Yes, I will in a second. There you go. Pretty sure that's it. Absolutely incredible documentary. Absolutely incredible. One of the most intense documentaries I've ever seen. But yeah, just a heads up. There's some really sad moments in the documentary. Deals with, you know, an ER. So obviously, you know, death is part of the whole thing. It's on YouTube, so obviously it's not graphic or anything, but you know. So yeah, highly recommend that. Let me know if you watched it. It's a beautiful thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I finally finished watching the 5-hour conversation with Jeff Kaplan on Lex Fridman's channel. I cannot stand Lex Fridman. I don't like the guy. I don't understand how this guy became such a huge podcast guy. He's a terrible interviewer. He has no clue how to do interviews, but for some reason he's extremely popular. Like every time he talks, Lex Fridman, I feel like he's reading from an AI generated script. He's so bad at it. I feel like he has no idea what he's talking about. But anyway, you know, that's just the way he speaks. Maybe I'm misjudging him. But anyway, it doesn't matter. That 5-hour conversation with Jeff Kaplan is basically 4 hours and 50 minutes of Jeff Kaplan talking, just randomly telling stories of how he, you know, became a game dev and his gaming history and how he started working at Blizzard and sort of tons of, you know, sort of information about, you know, how WoW was made, how Overwatch ended up being made, and all the struggles of being a dev over there and leading projects over there with Activision taking over and all that. So I'm very happy that Lex Fridman basically just shut up for like 5 hours and let Jeff Kaplan talk, because it ended up being very, very interesting to listen to. I don't know, TJ. I don't think it's just that, though. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. There's something about him that rubs me the wrong way. Again, every time he asks a question, it feels like it's some AI-generated script that he just pulled. And I'm fairly sure that's the case. It sounds like it. It reads like it. I'm pretty sure that's how he prepares his interviews. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is, Jeff Kaplan, super interesting to listen to. I know the guy got a bad rep because of Overwatch and all that, but the dude's a fucking passionate guy. He loves video games. He loves his gaming, and he has some like actually pretty decent principles. And I will tell you that listening to him talk, there were a few moments where I was tearing up. Like, he was telling some stories that it was hitting me in the feels. Like, there was one situation where he was talking about how when he was directing Overwatch, and Overwatch started like growing and hitting, you know, like really hitting the wave and all that. And he had conversations with like the execs at Activisions that were like, oh, well, here are your financial goals for the next couple years. And if you don't meet them, unfortunately, we're going to have to fire 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you. Like, that's literally the way, apparently, that it was told to him. Of course, you know, that's his recollection of it, at least. And I was like, holy fuck, dude. Like, you know, when you think about how publishers are the nightmare of devs, and that a lot of bad shit that happens with video games are due to those fucking execs that have no clue how to make a video game. That was like a prime example of it. And he was telling that story because that's the moment he was like, I don't think I can work here anymore. Like, that's not what I want to do, and that's not why I want to make games. And I think that was kind of what propelled him outside of the thing. And he was sort of like, he was sort of reminiscing about the days of early World of Warcraft dev. And he was telling the story of like, yeah, where the CFO that told me that shit. Fortunately, it doesn't work for Blizzard anymore, but made me, you know, reminded me that when World of Warcraft released, we didn't have a CFO at Blizzard. And then he said that sentence. He said, I'm pretty sure in those exact words, you don't need a CFO to make World of Warcraft. And that, dude, that hit me. Even just saying it now, goosebumps. That idea that you can make something that monumental, that successful, that huge, and you don't fucking need all the fucking financial corpo bullshit. It was just a bunch of nerds getting together and being passionate about something because they loved EverQuest so much and they wanted to make something like that. That's literally how World of Warcraft started. Like more like from the story, like half the original dev team of WoW were people that met in a guild in EverQuest, which is completely mind-blowing. That's how Jeff Kaplan got his job. He was playing EverQuest with some dudes, and one day they were like, "Hey, can we meet one of these days?" And then he realized they all worked for Blizzard. And yeah, that I was like, man, that's how it should be, you know. Yeah, I really recommend listening to that thing if you ever have 5 hours to burn. Super interesting. He also tells a story at some point that I thought was so endearing of the creative team meeting with Chris Metzen, who's the, you know, like the brain behind WoW, right? The big creative juice behind WoW. And Chris, they were developing Burning Crusade at the time. And Chris was talking about the Silver Moon Tower, and he was saying like the Silver Moon Tower is the largest landmark in all of Azeroth. Like it's the tallest of all, yada yada. And then, you know, after that meeting, Jeff Kaplan was going around the floor, and he was looking at like the creative, I think the concept artists or whatever, were all gathered around a few monitors, and they had all like the Blackrock Mountain and this gigantic thing and this gigantic thing, and they were looking at all those landmarks. And Jeff was like, what are you guys doing? And they were like, well, Chris said that the Silver Moon Tower had to be the largest landmark of Azeroth, so we've taken all the big ones we could think of and we're measuring them just to make sure that, you know, we actually create the largest tower of Azeroth, the largest landmark of Azeroth. And Jeff Kaplan was like, okay, guys, I don't think Chris even knows how tall everything is in this world. It just means it has to be fucking big. And I thought that was so endearing of all those nerds being like, oh man, we really have to make this the biggest thing. So we're gonna literally measure and compare everything in the world and just make sure we make the biggest thing ever. And I thought that was so endearing. That was like, dude, these are passionate fucking nerds that are just trying to do exactly what they need to do for the big creative person to have their vision sort of materialized. And I thought that was so beautiful. I was like, man, I love this. I want to work in an environment like that. That sounds awesome. Obviously that environment doesn't exist anymore. You know, that was a different time period, but I'm hoping, there's a part of me that still hopes that even in a big company like Blizzard, that kind of stuff still happens. I mean, I have a few stories of that, thanks to most of you know Captain Dax works there, so I have a few stories, you know, that I was told that make me hopeful that there's still a lot of creative, like, authenticity there and beautiful things that are being made despite the big bucks and all that, right? And all that pressure. But I think it was, yeah, exactly, Cleric. It made me think of that. It made me think of, I can tell there were a bunch of nerds that got together and were like, we're gonna make 1,000 planets in this game that you can read the descriptions of, and it's gonna be awesome. Can you land on them? No. Who cares? There's gonna be descriptions for nerds to read, and it's gonna be well thought out, and it's gonna be fun, and there's gonna be tons of little small stories that you can get from them, even for just a second. And I love that. I love the passion. I love the vision. Man, that's what I love video games. You know? That's what makes me happy about them. And microtransactions and loot boxes and all that shit can never have that impact. It no matter how addicting and satisfying it is to open them and all that stuff, it can never have that same impact of actually nerding out about something really cool. Oh well. Anyway, that's enough yapping for today. That was a very long yapping session. Let's play a video game, shall we? Let's appreciate the works of passionate people that have poured their hearts and souls into this. But yeah, anyway, that interview really made me want to make games. I need to try and weasel my way into the gaming industry. I think I'm gonna find a way to start working on making a game. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't have all the skill sets, but I really want to start learning one way or another. I'm too ahead of you and I have to do my own reading. I'm sorry, Zia. That must be so hard for you. Maybe after this playthrough you will want to write a Mass Effect story? I don't think so. I have so many ideas of my own. Why would I want to write someone else's ideas? I have more ideas than I will have time to write in my entire life. In fact, I've known... I remember when I started writing, like going really full-time into writing. Seriously, you know, like when I've been writing since I was a child, but when I really went into it, wanting to write for as a, you know, profession, I remember listing all my ideas and doing some quick math and immediately realizing I already have more ideas than I will have time to write in my entire life. I already need to make some choices, which is very scary to think about. That made me face my mortality in a way that I had never done before. Like just the thought of, I have all these ideas, they all sound great, I'm never gonna have time to write them all. Very scary. I want to, Zia. I actually want to, I do want to write a book in English one of these days, but of course, Slug, yeah. First money I ever got for writing was a donation for translating a Mass Effect fanfic. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, Slug. Yeah, that's a wild way to face your mortality. Having to grieve for some of the stories you'll never be able to tell. Which, you know, it was always gonna happen anyway. I don't think it's a time factor. I don't think it's because you're already old or anything. It's just creative people get ideas. I think that's why most creative people I've talked to agree with me on that. I mean, I didn't come up with the idea, right? It's just something that I also agree with, is that ideas are cheap. They're not worth very much because every creative person has more ideas that they'll never ever have time to make. You just constantly get new ideas. So of course, you know, it's going to start accumulating. So it's just wild. When I started, doing that, I was like 34 or something. Right? When I really started sitting down and like, I want to actually give this writing thing a proper shot this time. And already at 36 being like, I'm not going to have time to write those ideas. Oh well. All right, so Chaska. Oh yeah, it has a ring that is apparently a piece of alien art, which is not visible from space, but visible from the ground. So I'm excited to see if we're going to be able to see something there. I remember that. Let's land. I think, what's the mission about again? Investigating samples that were sent from the Pharaoh's Zeus Hope's colony. So we're going to go with Tali, and I think we're going to go with... Ashley, maybe? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Just start writing and see how far you get. I mean, that's the thing. I know how much effort goes into... I've had 2 books published, and I know how much effort goes into it. And I've written plenty more than that, but... It's just... I don't remember who said that, and I've said that before, but... I like having written more than I like writing. And don't get me wrong, there are some really fun moments in the creative process. Like, there are some moments that are really, like, thrilling. But most of it, at the end of the day, most of the hours spent writing a novel from, like, really inception to publication, most of that time is tedium. It's, at least personally, in my personal process, involves a lot of tedium. But I think that's just inevitable. From the conversations I've had with colleagues, it's very much just what it is. Like, sometimes it's just a lot of tedium. Which, I'm a lazy fucker, man. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I'm that lazy, actually. But I'm just a passionate person. I love doing things that make me feel passionate. Every time the tedium starts coming in, I just, man, it's hard. It's so hard to work through. How long purely the writing part of a book takes you on average? Well, we would have to define the purely writing, I guess. But for me, typically, I'm gonna do the short version, because I could talk about this for hours, but I want to play the game. So a quick rundown of my typical structure is I get an idea, or I decide to work on an idea. It takes me about a month or 2 to develop the idea, which means developing the world, the setting, the characters, and the plot. Those are the 3 first things I start working around, right? I'm very much someone who likes making a detailed outline of the plot and get an idea of who the characters are, even though most of the character work for me comes during the first draft. I don't like knowing my characters too well, but I like having an idea of who they are. Not the details, but I like having a detailed plot, surprisingly, even though it typically changes along the first draft a little bit. But anyway, and then the setting, and that takes a couple months usually. And then I usually will write a first draft. The first draft takes about 2 weeks. I'm very fast. I write, when I'm in first draft mode, I write about like 5,000 words a day minimum. So that goes pretty fast. But that first draft is worthless. It's an absolute piece of garbage that reads like nothing. It's absolutely abysmal. Like, no, I don't even want to read it. And then thanks to that first draft, I now know my characters because I've seen them live. I've lived with them for a bit. That's kind of the purpose of my first draft. Is it's almost like character work, and on top of that, thematic work. I now understand what the story is about. Usually, it dawns on me during the first draft. I'm like, oh shit, I know what the story is about now. I understand the themes. I understand the characters better. Usually, you know, typically during development, I have a few ideas of what the themes could be, but it's like the characters, it's sort of like hazy a little bit. The first draft is what makes it feel real. And so then I go back to the drawing board for about a month. Well, first of all, I let it rest for a month. I don't touch it. Then I read the first draft again. And that leads me into another month of like, okay, what is this story about? Who are the characters exactly? Refining the plot, refining the characters, refining the themes. And then I rewrite the whole thing from scratch. I start with a blank page again. Sometimes I have my first draft on the side and I refer to it. And I sometimes even pull like full paragraphs if I really feel strongly about them. But typically I will even like rewrite them and just change a few things, you know, as I'm going through it. Which is basically another first draft in essence, but technically a second draft, I guess. And that will be the working text, right? That will be the text that I'm going to be working on. That rewriting period also takes about a couple of weeks. And then I get into like the okay, we have a text that we can start working on, right? And that part, that's when the tedium starts. Of like, okay, now I have to turn this thing into like something that I'm willing to show my publisher. That can take about a month, you know, of editing and polishing and all that nonsense. And then that goes to the publisher, and then my editor typically comes back to me and with notes. And well, first, before the editor, the way I was working with my publisher was I had a book director, like an artistic director that would work with me first, and we would mostly go over like the big pictures, like, you know, sort of thematic, character, big plot things, like, you know, the very like high level stuff, right? And we would refine everything, and we would make sure like everything sort of, you know, is solid. And then rework some things. Sometimes like entire chapters would disappear, and we would have to, you know, change a few things here and there and adjust a few things. And that can take about, I don't know, a good month or two of back and forth, right? Because there's like I get notes back, like a big document that, you know, analyzes the whole thing, and then I rework the fucking manuscript and I send it back, and yada yada. And then after that, there's work with the actual editor, which is more on a like a you know, more detailed paragraph, sentence level work. That can take about another month typically. Although that for me personally, that part was usually pretty short. I think my manuscripts are pretty polished typically from the get-go, so I do a lot of work on them. And then, yeah, then that goes to, you know, proofreading with the correctors, spell checking and all that nonsense. And after that part, once I get the proofreading copy back and I can confirm that everything's good, then I'm hands off, and it's just a production of the book, right? Layouts and all that. That's not for me anymore. Covers, all that nonsense. Like I don't touch that. But yeah, so it depends what you call the purely writing part, right? Like it's I don't know, because everyone's process is gonna be different, right? But if you're talking about like the first drafts or second draft, not the editing, I don't know. Yeah, that gives you an idea of what the process is like for me. But yeah, I would say overall, start to finish, a project's about a year, but in that year there's quite a bit of waiting, especially like in between the first draft and the second draft. I give it a month to rest, and then obviously when I'm working directly with the publisher people, like director and like artistic director and editor. There's a lot of back and forth, so like there's sometimes I need to wait a week to have my notes back or something. So that part, yeah, overall I think it takes about a year, but it also means that you can work on other stuff while during those waiting periods, right? You could also you could be working on like multiple books at the same time, right? So it's not really like necessarily a full year for one single book, right? But yeah, but I don't know, that's pretty much been my experience. Yeah. But again, it's, you know, the process is going to be different for everyone. Different publishers will have different processes. If you're in the North American industry, you're going to work with an agent that's going to already work on the book with you. That would pretty much be what my artistic director job would like. Here in the French publishing industry, we don't have agents a lot. It's starting to become more of a thing, but I personally don't have an agent. So kind of what an agent would do for me, it's my artistic director. Like, she's the one that was doing that work with me of, you know, yeah, big picture stuff on the book, and then, you know, sort of last I saw we were on Pharaohs. We left Pharaohs, but we haven't done any other main missions since. We've done some side missions, mostly. And we're about to do another side mission right now. Still linked with the Pharaohs things. We're investigating some samples that were sent from Pharaohs to here. Which I'm sure the Exogeny Corporation will be involved. Probably in a bad way. Let's see. While on Pharaohs, you found the personal log of an Exogeny employee. The doctor's notes seem to express some concern about samples they provided to a group he referred to only as Cerberus. Okay, so we're gonna learn about... We've learned about Cerberus here also. Which they're apparently unleashing alien monstrosities across the world. So that's interesting. Let's learn more about these nerds. Anyway, lots of yapping today. Hope that was at least a little bit interesting. But yeah, if it's kind of a meme around here that if you want to delay the gameplay because you can't watch for like an hour or so and you don't want to miss anything, you ask me a question about the creative process or writing or anything, and I'll just talk for an hour. I don't know. I'm just... It's my biggest passion and the thing I know best. It is... I truly believe I was put on this earth to fucking tell stories one way or another. I truly believe that. So, how do we deal with this? I think we go there first and then here, and then maybe we check that after. I'm gonna check that first. For some time, the AI topic worked very well too. Yeah, but that's just me ranting for 30 minutes. And now I'm done ranting about AI. It's just, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. Quasi. Nice. Everyone hyped for the PlayStation Showcase tomorrow night? Nah, not really. I don't get hyped about announcements anymore too much. I get hyped when things are installed on my computer and ready to launch. What's the big game they're gonna talk about tomorrow? I'm pretty sure I read that the other day, I think, but I don't remember what it is. Was it God of War? That's not what I read. So I must be thinking of something else. Because I remember they mentioned the game and I was like, I am not interested in learning more about that. I mean, I'm not interested in learning more about God of War, but I haven't even played Ragnarok yet. I want to. I like 2018 quite a bit. Wolverine, perhaps? Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I remember seeing like a social media post of like, hey, PlayStation, yada yada. Learn more about that game. And I was like, oh, it's not very interested. What the hell? Oh. The John Wick game looked cool. Yeah, that is true. I yearn for a decent John Wick game. Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Oh. They're interested in Intergalactic. I don't think that... Well, they would have... If they were gonna talk about Intergalactic, I'm pretty sure they would have talked about it. Right? They'll probably make a state of play specifically marketed around Intergalactic where they're gonna reveal more about it. That's what I would assume. Plutonium. And that'll be probably like maybe a couple months before release, right? That's typically what they do. I mean, I'm not gonna watch, right? Because I know I'm gonna play the game, so I don't need to be convinced. I don't want to see any of it. I know I'm gonna play it. I'm sure I'm gonna love it. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I haven't been disappointed by Naughty Dog recently, so... And by recently, I mean in the past 20 years. Yeah, I actually like that, Shepard. I actually like that for these shows, they're being a bit transparent, like, hey, we're gonna talk about this. And I think part of the reason why they're doing it is to avoid the same thing that always happens, and unfortunately will continue to happen, is that, oh, they're definitely gonna announce Bloodborne 2! And then it doesn't happen and they're mad. And it's like, we never, you know, we never promised anything. So I like that they're like, hey, this is the big game we're gonna talk about, right? But people are gonna get hopeful anyway. I think at this point, you know, everyone knows that the big game reveals are gonna happen at like specific sort of popular, you know, award shows and all that, like, and the state of plays and all that are more for like small scale announcements or more like a deeper look at something that's already been announced. Yeah. Which I think is fine. I think it's okay. No, I actually uninstalled the game, Egg. I haven't played Fortnite anymore. I've played a little bit of... I think I'm gonna install Warzone as well. Uninstall Warzone. I don't know. I've kind of very quickly burned down on that. I've played some Apex just by myself in like Bot Royale or something, which is fun. I have a friend that I need to play Apex with. I think that's gonna be fun. Playing solo is definitely not the vibe since you're forced to play with other people. But yeah, I don't know. I think my my little stint with Battle Royales is running out already. I've been playing Arc Raiders a bunch with my buddy Poultrygeist. That's been really fun. And I think we're gonna play a bit of Marathon during the free week because he's gonna be able to play for free, so I think we're gonna try a little bit of that. I'm excited for Season 2 myself. Played a whole bunch of Season 1. Love the game. So that's gonna be something I'm gonna be doing next month. Some Marathon, some Arc Raiders, then back to Tarkov eventually. Yeah. I also want to play, I've played a little bit of the Division 2. I think I like playing that, you know, as a chill, sort of relax game, watching a TV show on the side or whatever. I think it's a nice, relaxing game. I like it. I love a good grindy game for sort of chill post-stream shenanigans. Yeah, exactly, Quasi. Yeah, that's why I like the, you know, like that sort of the difference between a like the PlayStation showcases.
Turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Okay, why is the map not showing that then? The difference between like a state of play that's more of like, hey, here's, you know, what the games that are coming up look like and all that, as opposed to a big reveal of a new thing, which I think fits better in the context of a you know, big popular show with an audience anyway, right? Because I like seeing like the audience's reactions and all that. That's something I miss from like the pre-pandemic days of like E3 and all that, having those big presentations with the audience and just hearing those people getting super excited about a new game coming out. And I miss that. That's why those purely online shows like State of Play, you know, I don't want the big reveals to happen there. I do want to feel the hype with all the people that, you know, are present. It's more fun. Yeah. But yeah, typically, you know, again, I tend to not let myself get hyped too much anymore, because there's so many games to play anyway. So I don't let myself get worked by the publishers, you know. I'll wait for the games to come out, and then if they look good, I'll buy them. And then I'll get excited when I play them, right? It's not like I'm gonna pre-order anything anyway, so... Uh-oh. Geth presents. Okay, I did not expect that. I thought we were gonna have to do with Torian stuff. I can tell there's gonna be Geth because of those spikes.
Where is everybody? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah. Likewise. I also have a bad feeling about this. An interest in playing Deadlock? I did play a little bit of it. I did not take to it. I thought it was a little boring, unfortunately. If I'm gonna play it to me, it's like, if I want to play a shooter, I'm gonna play something else. And if I want to play a MOBA, I'm just gonna play League. It feels like it's a little in that in-between space. I didn't think the characters were very interesting. I thought their identities were a little muddy, especially like the older ones. I think the newer characters felt a little better in terms of like the fantasy of it, but like the older ones felt a bit like a disjointed, you know, bunch of abilities put together. I don't know. Not a big fan of Deadlock so far. I mean, it's still in development, so I might get, you know, I might try it again in the future and find some fun there, but not for now, at least.
No trouble.
Okay, so there's some husks all over the place. Yeah, full burn. I pre-ordered some games like back in the day, like in physical stores, right? Like collector's edition, physical collector's editions of the games. that you weren't sure if the store was gonna have enough copies, right? Like I have a nice steelbox of I have a nice steelbox version of The Last Guardian, right?
All clear.
Which the store I was buying games at didn't get, you know, would only get like 5 of them maybe or something. So that type of stuff, like a little different, of course. The only recent game that I've pre-ordered like digitally was Diablo 4. Because I was very excited to play Diablo 4 and I fell prey to the pre-order the game and you can play 72 hours earlier. And, you know, I enjoyed playing the game, but I still feel like shit about pre-ordering it. Those 72 extra hours were not worth the moral compromise. So, yeah, no more pre-orders for me. Sniper Rifle Harpoon 7. Ooh, Elcos Combine. And a Raptor 7. Let's see. Colony of the Dead. The colonists of this world in the Matano system are victims of a horrible mutation that has transformed them into mindless creatures. Oh, so it... Well, I mean, it does seem like the Geth, though. We've seen the spikes outside. Let's see if that confirms. And then there's going to be another thing to investigate. I know, Shepard. I know. I listen. It was one of the first games that I've seen doing it when it happened. I wasn't too familiar because I'm not much into pre-ordering, so I wasn't familiar with that system. In my brain, it was just like I'm buying the game and I'm playing it right now, and I'm excited to play it because everyone's talking about it. And I'm a huge fan of Diablo from like Diablo 1, right? So yeah, I fell prey to that disgusting practice, and I feel very bad for it. I won't do it again. What was it? The sniper rifle? The harpoon. Oh, look at that. Tell me about the harpoon. State-of-the-art sniper rifle from Casa Fabrication. Fires 3-round bursts. Low accuracy compared to others in its... That doesn't feel like a sniper rifle that I would like. I'm just saying. I want my sniper rifle to blast things. Very powerful, not... You know... Wait! Low accuracy? Are you... Hold on. It's the highest accuracy I've ever seen in a sniper rifle. I feel like I'm getting light. I'm being gaslit by Casa Fabrication right now. Let's try. I mean, with a little bit of recoil control, I'm doing minimal recoil control there. Like, slightly pulling down on the mouse, and that shit's a fucking laser. I could get behind that. Okay, let's try. That's no recoil control at all. I'm just clicking. Pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. But minimal recoil control, right? Minimum of mouse control. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, just a minimum of control. And most of those shots are gonna hit the head. Yeah, I think I can... It's not bad. It's not bad. I like it. At least it's very like, it's only vertical, which I think is great, right? You just have to pull your mouse down a little bit. Yep. And and then you're pretty good. Love that. I think I'm gonna play with it. I'm not a big fan, Egg. I think a big part of why I'm struggling with it is simply the UI, like the UX. I think this menu is complete garbage. It's very hard to, like, you know, navigate your upgrades, and yeah, not a fan. Also, it's just overall, I think the gear, like the itemization in this game, is very not great. It all looks the same. It's just a bunch of numbers. There's a few, like, cool things, like how different the weapons feel based on the fire mode, but that's mostly that's the big difference, is the fire mode most of the time. I don't know. I don't think the itemization and the gearing and all that is very interesting in this game. Definitely not my favorite part of it. I think it's fine, like, it's adequate, but yeah, it's not stimulating my brain in a very meaningful way, I guess. E3 was the great disappointment that taught me not to get hyped for games. Yeah, Diablo 3 on release was, man, what a bummer. It ended up being a pretty good game, though. When all was said and done. The end game was very fun. In, like, you know, the modern versions of it. Ooh, some biotic amps. Shredder rounds, okay. It's like D4. I thought D4 on release was great. I thought the campaign was extremely good. The story was wonderful, and it was fun to just explore the world and go through it. So yeah, no, completely. Actually, I would say the exact opposite difference. Diablo 3 on release, garbage campaign, abysmal story, unfun, nothing to, you know, nothing to enjoy really. And then a decent endgame down the line. Diablo 4, right on release, fuck yeah, tons of fun. And then the endgame was a little weak, so, you know, had to shelve it for a while. But I hear the endgame's pretty good now. Yeah, but I mean, obviously your mileage may vary, but for me, I really enjoyed the campaign of Diablo 4. And I hear the continuation of the story in the expansions that I haven't played yet are also pretty fucking well put together in terms of, like, narrative and all that, so. Yep. I still have to play the expansions. What about Path of Exile? I wasn't too big of a fan of the first game. I think the second game's great. I need to return to it eventually. I've played... last time I played it was like almost a year and a half ago. It was cool. Still, you know, very early access, so... I'm waiting for, like, a more complete version of Path of Exile before I return to it, I think. I like it, though. I think it plays very well. I don't think the story or anything's super interesting. Not much to talk about, Malachaz. It was just... It is what it is. We didn't score. We didn't win. That's it. I'm not, you know, I'm not involved enough to care about it past the... Oh, well. You know. It was fun to watch, though. The Sokolov is a state-of-the-art heavy shotgun made by Rosenkopf material. Its slow firing sacrifices accuracy for increased power. Yeah, but how much? Let's see. I like the Rosenkopf stuff, typically, it seems like. I mean, that feels pretty good. It's a very slow fire rate. let's see. Which one was I playing with? The Armageddon? Or was it the Tornado? I think I was playing the Armageddon, right? Oh! Yeah, no, I'm staying with that. I like that. And that's my assault rifle. Perfect. Yeah, no, I'm very happy with all this. What's up, Dyrol? Bryboot, good to see you. Still had passion for gaming, instead I'm mostly just replaying stuff. Hey, you know, there's nothing wrong in replaying the games you know you like. At least, you know, you're spending time doing something you love. Playing new games and sort of following the industry leads to a lot of disappointment, you know? It's exciting, like when you get to, you know, you get to play a new thing that is like nothing you've ever played before, like Blueprints or stuff like that. Like, that's an exciting time, right? It's like, holy shit, video games are so fucking good. But then you're playing things that are, you know, overhyped, bloated nonsense that a lot of the industry is releasing these days, and it's like,
How horrible. The entire colony must have been transformed.
transformed.
En route.
Make skills blocked for your characters if you don't buy an expansion is shitty. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be, you know, it would obviously feel better as the player to actually still be able to play your full character and you just don't have access to the new areas. I mean, you probably would buy the expansions anyway if you're playing actively playing the game because you need like the late game sort of areas and you need the actual end game, right? But yeah. It's true that it doesn't feel great. Nerds, hello? Okay, well, time to try that new sniper. Oh my god. Yeah, that thing blasts. I don't know what was happening there, but... Where's that last one? Oh. Oh, it's coming down, I think. It'll show up here. Go, Tally, come on!
Think we're good, Commander.
Yeah, no thanks to Tally here. Don't stay in my fire line. Jesus. We haven't done any... we basically just started playing the game. We had a long conversation today. Talking about a whole bunch of stuff. So right now I'm doing a side mission. I'm not sure what's next. I think we want to go back to the Citadel. Get a bunch of new side quests, if any. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's after this. Stay tuned. to find out. I need to open my window, is what I need to do. Ooh. Okay, hold on. The Casa Fabrication. Okay, Casa Fabrication is overtaking Haliat Armory in terms of my favorite manufacturer, it seems like. I mean, that's basically just a better version, so I'm just first going to install that, and then we're going to look at the Breaker. The Breaker state-of-the-art battle rifle features a high rate of fire, fires in 5-round burst, and has average accuracy. Okay, I don't know about the 5-round burst. Gotta try that. Let's see what the recoil looks like. Yeah, likewise, you know, that's 3 bursts without any recoil control. It's not like... It's not great. It's not great. What I like about this one is that it's so precise. Like, the accuracy of this one is insane. Like, single fire, obviously, you know, less damage if you land all their shots, but... Yeah, Clip Turn, I do love a good pulse rifle. Like, you know, in Destiny, I used to love the pulse rifles. In Marathon, I'm a huge fan of the volley rifle. But... I think I'm gonna stick with my single fire one there. I think it's just the precision feels good. Because like even recoil control, like that thing is all over the place. Like it blooms quite a bit. Yeah. Stick with the thunder. Thunder. Okay, nothing new on that front. We need to look into... Ooh. Well, you're not using... Yeah, you know what? You get a breaker. See, you can make great use of that, I'm sure. And you get a better... actually... Hold on. I did not want to do that. Actually, get a katana. I think the Sokolov will go to Rex. How are you today, Atherma? They did not. They did not. It's okay though. I love how everyone knows about the fucking game. I mean, I guess I said I wasn't gonna be there yesterday, so makes sense actually. That's on me. I'm an idiot. And the tech protection, biotic protection there is kind of insane. I don't want to pass on the fucking shield, I don't think. How much is that? Let's see. Oh, I'm going back to Colossus. Ashley, however, you can get this. Yeah. Looks great. Lovely. And Tali, you can get a better Omnitool. Yeah, wonderful. Nothing more French than a 3-burst rifle with a magazine not divisible by 3. Hey, maybe, you know, with changing fire mode, maybe sometimes you just fire single shots, you know, so doesn't really matter that it's not divisible, I guess. Most of the time you probably want a single fire anyway, right? I don't know. Again, I'm not a military. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no military experience whatsoever. All right, let's go to the last UI. How many times in Tarkov did you use burst? Almost never, actually. No. I mean, I don't use... I think one of the only burst weapons is like the MP5, right? Barely use the MP5. My favorite weapon in Tarkov is the RFB, single semi-auto assault carbine / marksman's rifle. Apparently it's both somehow. The game calls it both, depending on where you look. It's a really good one. I like the RFB. It just sounds good, feels good. And if I need like a proper assault rifle, I'll go MDR most of the time. It's like it. Well, I mean, not every weapon has burst, though. That's the thing. I think the MP5 is one of the only ones that has burst. Maybe the P90 has burst as well. I'm not even sure. But yeah, only like a few select weapons have burst, I feel like. But yeah, the Vector. I constantly change fire modes, but most of the time it's either full auto if I'm close quarters or single shot or any other situation. Even sometimes in close quarters, I'll stick to full auto. So just so much more precise. You can click fast anyway. So. Alright, so we need to go here, but we can stop there on the way, and then we'll have to check that anomaly. But before we do any of that, I do need a very quick 30-second break to open my window. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the show, even though we're not gaming at a breakneck pace today. I'll be right back. Window time! Let's go. Okay. Thank you for your patience. What did Tali do? I don't know. They're gonna be rain tonight. Hopefully not. No, thank God. Has there ever been breakneck pace on this channel? Sometimes if the game requires it, right? I guess when I was playing Returnal, kind of had to. Well, no, we were spending 3 hours on the ledge, listening to the music, so. No, I don't think I'm a very fast player. That's for sure. Ever. The only times I play fast is when I'm playing like a multiplayer game that requires me to be fast. But you guys don't get to see that. So. conversations move faster than the gameplay here? Sometimes, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that's woo. Sheesh. Oh my god. Okay, that one was brutally hard. Holy crap. That's the first time I'm facing one of these puzzles and woo! I saw it at the last second. Yeah, I will be playing Disco Elysium again. We're gonna do a second playthrough of it at some point in the near future with a completely different build and different decisions, different approach. So you might still get to enjoy that even if you don't watch the original playthrough. I mean, if you skip the random conversations, you can probably go through it in less than 100 hours. Yeah. But I get it. Anonymous Gifter. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so very much. Chortic, Fondue, Colette, Clipturn, Minmatar, Gluminary, Psycho Rider, Aelwyn, Huwishish, and Blairy. Lots of good names in there. You will all be remembered. Thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are. Very appreciated. Thank you for taking advantage of the 33% off. 35% off? I don't know. There's a discount. Thank you for taking advantage of it. Thank you, thank you. But some of those folks were subbed already? Or maybe just lapsed or something? Who knows? What happened with that Twitch feature of like gift subs to everyone who's not subbed? Is that still a thing? Is it still in beta? I'm assuming it's not activated on my channel. But yeah. I haven't seen it anywhere since the first day. Okay. Maybe they just did a test and then brought it back to the, you know, the drawing board because people were not too happy with it. Hey, Jag, I'm glad you found a job. That's awesome. It's a rough time for jobs out there. So I hear, so. Armax Arsenal? I don't think I've heard of those. What the hell? Hold on. The main supplier of elite Turian military units. Armax Arsenal weapons and armor are high quality, high priced, and very difficult to acquire for most non-Turian. Also make a basic grade Omnitool which is available to the general public. The Brawler is a state-of-the-art heavy sidearm favored by elite Turian military units. High accuracy, stopping power compared to others in its class. Okay, I need to try that. I need to try this. Okay. What's up, Gluminary? That doesn't feel too bad, but the Karpov has more power, right? And a crazy fire rate. So I would assume each shot of the Brawler does more damage because it's DPS, right? Yeah, I'll go with the slower, more powerful version. Oh, we have an extra... Hold on. We have an extra thing there. I think I'm gonna go with another rail extension. I just go full on damage. I have to be careful with the rate of fire as to not overheat, but I think this is fine. Cause like if I change this and go weapon stability instead, let's see what the recoil looks like now. Okay, that's actually pretty impressive. It's even more accurate than before now. Hold on, I need a proper target line. Yeah, that's barely any recoil at this point, even without control. Is that damaging the Mako? I hope it's not. I don't want to damage Alliance property. But yeah, thank you guys for the support tonight and the gifted and all that. I appreciate it. And oh yeah, it's the beginning of the month. Last month, PP report slightly lower than the month before, but not very much. Which isn't too great considering I barely streamed in April and then came back in May and streamed Mass Effect. So we're still seeing a decline in terms of the Plus program compared to our high, all-time high. But we're still, you know, you know, well above the tier 1 level and about roughly halfway towards tier 2, which is a little too early for me to make an actual push for it, but you know, it's still somewhat stable. So thank you everybody who keeps those long-term subs active. I really appreciate it. It does make a huge difference. Thank you. And obviously all the tier 2s and tier 3s, which count for even more, so that obviously makes a gigantic difference. Well, thank you, thank you. Oh, I can put some much better shredder rounds in there. Yeah, it's the PP report, it's the Plus program. It's this whole thing that gives you a better percentage of revenue. It feels like damage versus synthetics is like strictly better than damage versus organics because we're mostly fighting Geth at the end of the day. I feel like that's the main enemy. I don't know. I'll have to see how it feels going forward, but multiple. I think it's maybe for affiliates as well. I think affiliates also have the Plus program. Wait, do they? I'm not sure anymore, actually. Yeah, no, I think affiliates do have the Plus program because Naz was working for it before he got partnered, I think. Or I'm not even sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's Plus program instead of Partner Plus. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's basically if you have like 100 plus points, which the gift subs don't count, the primes don't count. It's just like, you know, personal personal subs from people. Those Tier 1 gives you 1 point, Tier 2 gives you 2 points, Tier 3 gives you 6 points. Tier 3s are massive for that. And if you hit 100 of those points, you get 60-40 as a base split. And if you hit 300 points, you get 70-30, which is the ultimate goal, obviously, but pretty hard to achieve. You know, it's different than sub points. Sub points are different than plus points. Make sure to note the difference. Sub points are include gift subs and therefore emotes, mostly emotes, levels and all that. Yeah, plus points are a completely separate thing. You have less plus points than sub points typically. Yeah, because the plus points do not include gifted subs, which makes sense. It's annoying, but it makes sense. There's many things you can complain about when it comes to Twitch. That one's not one of them. I do think primes should count. I don't think they can because of it might be for taxes reasons, because like it's a completely, like, primes are a completely different beast when it comes to like how it's onboarding the revenue, because they're a part of another subscription thing when it comes to Amazon. And on top of that, I think there's some shenanigans with primes, you know. Like, yeah, I don't know. I hear there's some nonsense sometimes with Prime stuff, so anyway, I don't know. I'm not, you know, I'm not an expert, but I do like that higher level shit gives you extra upgrade slots. That's pretty cool, even though ultimately the upgrades are not the most satisfying. It feels, I think one of my issues with the game is that I don't feel like I'm getting better weapons or better upgrades. It all feels, I don't feel like I see the effects of it. Because the combat feels a little stiff and it's just basically HP bars going down. Like, you don't, it's not like suddenly you're getting an attachment that makes a weapon feel different and then so much better for a specific circumstance or changes the gameplay in a meaningful way. Just you're just hitting big HP bars and, you know. I don't know. Maybe playing at a higher difficulty would make it feel more meaningful, but then it would just be a HP sponge, right? So it's okay. I'm not playing Mass Effect for the, you know, riveting gunplay.
En route.
That's for sure. That is not what I'm playing this game. It's a Glegger. Alright, hopefully we find the truth of what's going on in here. Alright, full burn. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. What's this? This is like an advanced guess thing. I mean, we haven't confirmed that these were the Geth, which is the weird thing. Like, it says these colonists were transformed. And even though it looks exactly like the Geth stuff we've seen, it's not been acknowledged as such, which makes me wonder if it's a different thing. That just looks the same. Uh-oh. Oh, that gun kicks.
All
Yeah.
targets down.
That gun has a pretty strong kick. I like it. Creepy music. This music here, and like just sort of like the way this place is, makes it feel so eerie. Like if I was playing this by myself right now, in a dark room, I'd probably be scared. It feels so creepy. Feels like feels like old sci-fi horror. Yeah, it's fine, Glegor. I had fun watching the game. I'm not that invested that I care about the result too much. It's no worries. My favorite sci-fi horror? I don't know. Alien's pretty good. Event Horizon's pretty good. Sunshine's pretty good if you count that as horror, which part of it is. I'm not sure if it fully. I wouldn't consider it fully horror, but I don't know. Favorite sci-fi horror? Yeah, The Thing. Yeah, I think it counts as sci-fi. What's up, Noger? Thank you for the tier 1 35 months. Appreciate it, Noger. You will be remembered. I don't know. I'm weird when it comes to Alien, because I think Alien 3 is my favorite movie of the bunch. And I don't even know if I would consider it horror. I think Alien is one of those series where it's definitely a sci-fi series. I think the first one's the only horror movie. The second one's an action movie, and the third one is a character drama, I think. So yeah, that's why it's my favorite. If you watch Alien 3 wanting to watch either an action movie because you loved Aliens or a horror movie because you loved Alien, you're gonna be a little disappointed. If you take it for what it is, it becomes a much more interesting movie. But it's definitely old sci-fi, that's for sure. That's the common ground between them. Yeah, I don't know. Good sci-fi horror. I mean, Event Horizon's pretty good. What's another good sci-fi horror movie? I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. My favorite sci-fi thing overall is probably Soma. Sci-fi horror product or media or story or whatever. Soma, the video game, is the most enjoyable sci-fi horror I've ever experienced. I'll say that. It's definitely my favorite horror game. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of The Thing. I think it's good. It's a good movie, but it didn't. Cloverfield was pretty good. I just thought about that. Sci-fi horror. I mean, I don't know if it really counts as horror either. It was pretty good. Oh, that's a good pick, Egg. The other Cloverfield one, like 10 Cloverfield Lane. That one was sick. I think it's a very underrated movie. The character work in this movie and the performances are incredible. Oh, The Mist. The Mist was really good too. Yeah. I haven't seen Skyline. I've heard of it, but some zombie movies count as sci-fi? I mean, I guess it depends. It depends how loose you want your definition of sci-fi to be. Like, I don't think 28 Days Later is a sci-fi movie, for instance, right? But I think it has to be somewhat space-based kind of sci-fi. I don't agree with that. Not one bit. I don't think space has anything to do with sci-fi. I mean, like 12 Monkeys, for instance, very much a sci-fi story. Nothing to do with space or anything. I mean, sci-fi definitely does not require space. I would argue that most sci-fi has nothing to do with space, actually. Would you count Resident Evil as sci-fi? Yup. It happens, Egg. Brain farts sometimes, you know. Also, again, those definitions are arbitrary anyway. Like, it's not like there's a, you know, an official authority on what counts as sci-fi or not, so. Don't take my word for it. Oh. That is a massive empty room. That's weird. Feels like a Subnautica room that someone just put down and then fill with nothing. That looks like my base in Subnautica. Technically, we're all in space. That's true. But yeah, even like horror, like what a weird, you know, like where you draw the line is very like arbitrary, right? I just mentioned 12 Monkeys. I think 12 Monkeys in many ways qualifies as horror, and it's definitely a sci-fi movie, but I don't think most people would, you know, I don't think most people would classify 12 Monkeys as horror. But I think it's a horrific, like, you know, there's definitely some horrific themes there. Futurism aspect. Yeah, but I mean, it can be light, right? Inception, for instance, I think is an example of definitely sci-fi, but it looks very contemporary, right? Outside of a few concepts, which is typically my favorite type of sci-fi, is something that is rooted into contemporary setting, but does have a little bit of a, you know, science fiction element to it. That's why The Leftovers is my favorite show of all time. Like, that's exactly what it is. It is a very contemporary show with a supernatural element to it, but ultimately it's a sci-fi show. It is extremely light sci-fi, but it's a sci-fi show. There is science fiction in there. Same with Lost, somehow. But to me, it's like, it's... Again, that's why the definitions just fall short, is that it's this fine line between sci-fi and fantasy, in the sense of a contemporary world with some supernatural things happening, and there's some futuristic tech, but there's also some stuff that just isn't explained, and I just love that line. That line right there is the line that I love the most. That's where Disco Elysium would fall, actually. thinking about it. That's probably where Blueprints would fall. We're really thinking about the setting of that game. I don't know, magical realism, magical futurism. I don't know how we would even call that. I like magical futurism as a sort of general concept. As a sort of knockoff of magical realism. Ooh, Punisher, that's new, I think. Titan? Oh, that's for Turians. Anything new here? What was it? Avenger. No. The Punisher? Heavy sniper rifle. Average accuracy, high damage compared to others in its class. How would you classify your Mass Effect experience so far? Are you talking about genre-wise? I mean, it's clearly a space opera. It's a subgenre of sci-fi. It has all the typical pulp of a good space opera. Love it. It's a pulpy space opera. What is the best sci-fi movie of all time? Why is it Terminator 2? Not even close. I don't know what the best sci-fi movie of all time is. Yeah, I'm not sure. Blade Runner 2049. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Dark City was pretty good. City of the Lost Children. That was a fucking sick sci-fi movie. I want to watch it again. Yeah, Akira's pretty good. Good pick. RoboCop. Hey, RoboCop's pretty great. Yeah, Sunshine's great. I don't know if I would put Sunshine, you know, that high, but I mean, no, it's a fantastic movie, but so is the other Alex Garland work, Ex Machina. I did not find 2001 to be that great, Blairy. I think it was an amazing movie when it came out, right? Like in the context of its release. I think it suffers from being so influential that it basically it's the same as Lord of the Rings is when it comes to books. It is so influential that looking back at it outside of the context of when it came out, it feels a little dry because you know it's been pulled from so much, and obviously a lot of more modern work has been done inspired by it. Looking back, it feels a little dusty and dry in that sense. I think it's really a movie that was that you know the value only really shown in the context of its release, I think. Doesn't mean it's a bad movie or anything. It's just obviously a fantastic, influential work, but it's hard to appreciate it in the current context of modern, sci-fi and all that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if you're just if you're just looking at it in the context of when it released and everything, it is most likely the most influential sci-fi movie of all time. Yeah. Oh, DJ, there it is. Her. I think Her is my favorite sci-fi movie of all time. Yes. I think Her is the most realistic work of sci-fi I've ever seen. That shit's prophetic in a way that not many manage to be. What a great movie. Holy fuck. Garland usually loses it in the final act. I don't know. I thought The Beach was great. I thought Sunshine was great. I know a lot of people don't like the final act. I think it was perfectly, it was the perfect thematic conclusion to what the story was telling so far. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty high on Gallen. I value him as a writer quite a bit. So I haven't seen some of his recent directorial work, which I do want to watch. Civil War, and I don't remember what the other one is. Also something war, right? No? Warfare? Question mark? Maybe? Oh yeah, Minority Report was good. I like that one. I thought it was fine. I mean, it's one of those blockbuster type movies. But now that I'm on Tom Cruise, speaking of concept that was great but poorly executed, in my opinion, Oblivion is definitely in that realm. And on the other hand, something I didn't think was going to be as good as it was, The Edge of Tomorrow. That movie was fucking insane. I absolutely loved it, start to finish. And then thinking about Oblivion makes me think, and I'm not going to say why because of the spoilers, but it kind of has a thematic overlap with Moon. Now that's a rad sci-fi movie as well. Moon with Sam Rockwell. That one was good. Yeah. Yeah, I liked Interstellar. I mean, it's I don't know. Nolan has a touch for sci-fi that I really enjoy. Both Nolan brothers actually, because I do enjoy at least the first season of Westworld. But yeah, I do like Nolan's touch on sci-fi. I loved Inception. I loved Interstellar. I loved Tenet. I think those are all pretty damn good. But it's also pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Inoffensive. Like it's not very thought-provoking compared to some other works, I guess. I haven't seen The Prestige yet. I do want to watch that one. There's a few Nolan movies I haven't seen yet. Yeah, maybe DJ. I thought Tenet was great. I loved it. Children of Men's a great pick. Yeah. What a great movie. The Fifth Element, if we're talking about like big spectacles, you know, sci-fi movies, I think the Fifth Element's amazing. What an impressive aesthetic work, like just the visuals and all of that. Passengers was a good concept. I don't know about that. Passengers is a weird one for me because I think in theory the concept is interesting. I think the story they're telling is very problematic. The fact that they're trying to pass what the character of Chris Pratt is doing as something romantic is wild. Yeah, but the problem is that they're romanticizing it, DJ. They're you know, the only way to actually play that story out in a way that doesn't glorify what the character did would be if it turns into a horror movie and Jennifer Lawrence actually kills him. That's the only way to actually tell that story. Told from the perspective of Jennifer Lawrence's character, and she realizes what he did and that he's an absolute like creepy monster, and then she has to defend herself and he chases her through the ship and she ends up killing him. That's the only outcome to this story where I would be like, that was a well told thematic story. In the way it has been, the way that story was executed is extremely poor. But that's not the problem is, DJ, that is you rationalizing it. That is not the story they told, though. That is not the story they told. That's not the way it's been executed by the writers. That is you know, looking at it and pulling from it more than what was told. Which I respect. I think it's an interesting way of looking at it. But I've seen the first season, Egg. There's some good stories in there, yeah. I was talking about it yesterday. I wanna with a friend. I wanna watch more of Love, Death, and Robots. Yeah, I mean, I see your read on it, DJ. I do think you're going way beyond the scope of what the story was actually telling. And I feel like if it was framed in that way, and if it was executed in that way, and if the proper conclusion went that way, you know, I think it would have been a much better movie than it was. Let's grab some of that stuff. I'm sure this will give us the information about what happened here. I find Ruby so annoying in The Fifth Element. I love that character. I think Ruby Rhodes is incredible. Annoying, yes, but I guess that's the point, right? It plays the part perfectly of this sort of nuisance of a character. It's a foil for Corbin's no-nonsense approach, right? I think it's great. Yeah, Titan AE is good. I have good memories of this one. Not really sci-fi, but Cowboy Bebop. What do you mean, not really sci-fi? That is prime sci-fi. Cowboy Bebop is amazing, and it's definitely sci-fi. Hard, 100%. Firefly, yeah. PSG, all that. Classics. That story could really be told without the sci-fi elements. Well, I mean, that's true for any sci-fi story, really. There's only like 5 stories total it's in the world. Every story could be told. You could tell Mass Effect without the sci-fi elements. In fact, I will go as far as to say that Mass Effect without the sci-fi elements is Game of Thrones. Think about it. We're gambling. And if you want to tell the same story without the fantasy elements as well, it's mankind versus global warming or climate change. There you go. Same story. I mean, it's a sci-fi story. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be, you know. There's space travel. There's bounty hunters in, you know, different futuristic planets. There's a lot of like new, you know, like medical tech in there. There's a bunch of stuff. It's sci-fi. It works. Don't have to overcomplicate it. I mean, obviously, you could argue about, again, genre for hours. It's all arbitrary, but it's like the you know, the age-old conversation of, is Star Wars sci-fi or fantasy? I mean, technically, you know, if you really want to go into the nitty-gritty of it, it has more in common with fantasy than it does sci-fi, but most people would agree that it's a sci-fi, you know, franchise, and it's been marketed as sci-fi, and I think the modern definition of sci-fi is very much fitting of it. But both science and magic, yeah, but none of the science, like, again, it comes down, like, it's so granular, like, you could fucking argue about that shit for hundreds of hours. Like, none of the science is actually, you know, sort of like explained or justified. It's just hand waved, which a lot of people would say eliminates it from being sci-fi. I don't agree with that, but I mean, same thing, Megan Fox. Like, science fantasy is just, it's one of those, science fantasy is one of those things you could argue for hours as well, because technically it means something very it's a very specific subgenre of science fiction that actually isn't that widespread. Like, there's not a lot of science fantasy stories out there, but it's been conflated with the idea of mixing sci-fi and fantasy together, which is not what it was at all at first. Like, if you look like the origins of science fantasy as a genre, it's like a very specific subgenre of science fiction. It's definitely not Star Wars, but a lot of people conflated, you know, oh, it's just science and fantasy mixed together, which it wasn't at all originally. What's up, Zach? Yeah, but that's the thing, DJ. I don't think those definitions really work anymore. Because Star Wars has been marketed as sci-fi forever now. And honestly, most people would just put Star Wars into sci-fi at this point. People calling it space fantasy are just turbo nerds like us that are thinking about definitions more than they need to. I don't know. It's just none of that matters. At the end of the day, it's just marketing terms for publishers. It doesn't really matter. I think the only definition that would matter would be the actual creator's definition. But those are not even the definitions the products are marketed as. So, you know. My books are not marketed under the genre that I think they are. But does my opinion on what it is really matter? I don't think so. Story. If you think my stories are sci-fi, great. If you think they're not, great. If you think they're something else, great. I don't care. I don't think it matters. I don't think they're sci-fi, but that's what it's marketed as. I want to hear more about Mass Effect being Game of Thrones. I mean, different realms, different species fail to come together to face a singular mythical threat that is supposed to come back and compromise their way of life. You replace realms with species and, you know, and that's it. Instead of the 5 realms, it's the Attican Traverse or the galaxy or whatever you want to. And instead of the others or the White Walkers, depending on the book or the show, it's the Reapers, right? But we're too, like, you know, the species are too busy fighting one another in political turmoil with the Citadel stuff instead of actually worrying about the actual threat. And the hero, the only one going around and actually doing the fight. Oh, Evangelion, actually. That's a great pool for best sci-fi. One of the best sci-fis, right? Haven't talked about Evangelion? I still never know if it's a hard G or... No, it's a hard G, because my natural way of saying it would be Evangelion with like a soft G, and I know I'm wrong. That's because of Angel. Which I still think I'm right, by the way. I don't know why it would be a hard G. It makes no sense. Angel. It's literally in the name. It's hard because in Japan, I know, but they're wrong. But yes, I know they're saying it with a hard G in the show. But yeah. Evangelion. The G is silent. But yeah, anyway. To conclude the conversation about the genres, I don't think it's that important. People should, in my opinion, spend less time on arbitrary classifications and just enjoy the, you know, think about the themes of each story separately. That's where the real you know, meat comes from. It doesn't matter which genre it is, I don't think. But I'm a nerd. I get it. I love talking about that shit. And I could talk about that nonsense for hours too. I don't think it should matter. A colonial pioneer team rarely consists of more than a few dozen specialists. It's clear that none of them has survived. The Cerberus group has a lot to answer for here. Okay. So that's it? Wow. According to the logs, a visitor from an organization called Cerberus recently passed through the colony. It seems likely this person had something to do with the transformation of the colonists. So, okay, that's... Geez, okay. I can tell that there's sort of there's something about Cerberus that's being built, because we have another one that concerns them. I feel like, you know, we're slowly building some sort of information about that, and we're gonna most likely be confronted with them a bit later. I wonder if they're doing experiments with like the Geth technology and trying to maybe experiment on humans with it. Because clearly, it has to be some Geth nonsense, right? I mean, unless they're reusing assets in a way that will make the game very confusing. But some of that stuff is like the Geth, you know, pylons and the husks and all that. It better be connected, otherwise I'm gonna be very confused. Like that's Geth stuff. So yeah, okay, no real conclusion there. More questions and mysteries. I like that. I like a good quest that just opens more questions for the future. Happy for it. Oh god. That was not the play. I was not paying attention. Oh, wait, there's more. Have we been there? Also, there's rocks up here. Oh my god, there's too many things. I'm not sure if we've been there. Yeah, DJ, I feel like it would be better with tank controls. Oh yeah, we opened that thing, didn't we? How did I go around before going here? I don't know. I am very disorganized today. Yeah, so basically it goes where you aim the camera. Like if you're looking at this, if I want to go in that direction, now I press W, right? If I'm looking at that and I want to reverse, I need to press D, right? I think it would be a lot easier with tank controls, but once you get used to it, it's fine. Whee! Whoa, that was pretty sick. We're already ready for, you know, leaving. My suspicion, DJ, and I might be wrong there, beryllium, nice, is that the movement of the Mako is coded like the movement of the characters. It might be sort of like the same system. And obviously you don't want the character in a game like that to be tank controls, right? So my suspicion is that the Mako is coded in this, like the movement of the Mako, the controls of the Mako is coded in the same way. It's basically a very heavy character. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I mean, those were, you know, the early days of those kinds of games, I guess. It's like, I always think back to the days of the early 3D shooters before analog sticks, or even at the start of analog sticks, before we understood that right stick would be to control the camera and left stick to control the character, and that you could play a first-person game with like aiming with right like stick and move with left stick and strafe on it and all that. It's so funny to look back and think like how the original control schemes for those games were and how janky it felt before we figured out that this was the best way to do it.
Cover me.
There was a lot more experiment back in those days. There were less like established systems. There was no strafes in the earliest 3D shooters. I don't know, Noger. There was strafing in Doom, but you had to press another button for it, if I remember correctly. Wasn't that how it worked? Like you had to press a button and then you could strafe? Not Wolfenstein? Yeah, I don't remember Wolfenstein's... I mean, I played the game back in the day, but I don't remember. But yeah, then, you know, like, yeah, in the first one, maybe didn't have it. But I'm pretty sure Doom had it. But you had to press another button, or you had to rebind your shit or something. There was a button. Okay, so I remember correctly. There was also a button. Yeah. Yeah. I even remember, I'm pretty sure, I don't wanna be, I feel like I remember playing Doom. I played Doom on PC quite a bit at my cousin's place, and then I had Doom on PlayStation myself. That's the only version I had at home. If I'm not mistaken, you had to press square to strafe, maybe. Or was it R1 and L1? I think that's a fake memory of like, oh yeah, of course you're gonna press, or maybe not. Maybe L1 and R1 were the correct strafing buttons. But there's a memory. I have a memory of having to play a game where you had to press square and then you could strafe, which was wild. I also, for some reason, I'm pretty sure Doom on PlayStation didn't use the trigger, the top buttons, which are now triggers, for shooting. I think shooting was one of the face buttons, which is also very weird. But we didn't know at the time, like there was no convention for that stuff. Like it was all pretty new, you know. I remember watching this documentary, Small Prothean Data Disk, okay. I remember watching this documentary about early PlayStation devs talking about, you know, making games back in the days, and You know, like there was one of the devs of Final Fantasy VII was there. One of the first Tekken devs was there. And they were talking about how it was so stimulating at the time because they constantly had to find new solutions, new problems, because everything was so brand new, technologically speaking. It was still, you know, like the very early days of video games, all things considered, right? And how exciting those days were for them as creators, having to always find those new solutions, and how sort of stale things have become now in comparison, because a lot more things have been figured out, and you know, they feel like they're just not as much creativity anymore. You know, that's how they felt. Of course, I still think there's plenty of fantastic creativity in video games, and I'm sure many you know, newer modern devs feel like they're constantly like reinventing the wheel and having to create new tech and new answers. And but I can understand how those old school devs, you know, feel like things are very different, which makes sense. You know, again, like it's there's so many more established systems and conventions now, like things that have been pre-figured out, as opposed to back in the day. Remember early shooters using left control for shooting? Yeah, that was Doom, I think. You had to move with the arrow keys and shoot with control, and it was automatically shooting up or down because there wasn't any way to look around. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Egg. I mean, I do very much feel like restrictions breed creativity. Coming up with creative solutions for technical restrictions is a huge driver of innovation in games, at least, and other mediums, I'm sure. You currently have 252 items. You are nearing the 300 items limit. You will be forced to salvage new items you find once you reach this limit. Sell or salvage some items at your earliest convenience to avoid reaching this limit. Great! Game's giving me homework now. Yeah. Oh, God. It's gonna do that every time I pick up something. Alright, I guess we have housekeeping to do as soon as we get back to the ship. We have another sort of weird Prothean pyramid. Okay. That's a little outpost right there. I guess they were studying this. At least it gives you a warning. Yeah. It doesn't have to give me a warning every fucking time though, does it? I mean, I do need to do some housekeeping. I don't know if I have junk. I don't even know what junk is. I am pretty sure I haven't seen junk yet. And I don't think there's a way to mark things as junk. At least I'm not seeing the option. Yeah, everything that's lower than... I mean, at this point, anything that's lower than 6, I can probably convert, right? And even if I convert too much, like, we're constantly finding new things. So. Yeah, anything that's lower than 5, I'm just gonna salvage, whatever. What did I say? Lower than 6? Yeah. Upgrades installed, move to regular inventory. Oh shit, wait. Did I just salvage something that had upgrades? Uh-oh. Hopefully it wasn't equipped on anyone. I don't think that's how it works, right? I don't know. Yeah, Engdar. I'm having similar-ish issues with my fridge right now. My fridge is... I have a thermometer in it. It's not very precise. It's like an old, janky circle thermometer. I need to maybe get a better one in there. But my thermometer inside my fridge has been showing slightly higher temperatures than I would like. I'm not happy about. And I am worried that it's an old... very old fridge, and I'm worried it might be at the end of its life, and I don't want to have to buy a new fridge because it's fucking expensive. So. But yeah, if it's... maybe it's because it's been so warm and it's just the compressor's getting old and struggling. I don't know. I'll have to pay attention to it. It feels like the food that's in there is still cold enough, but... you know. I don't know. I'm a little worried. Because you don't want to fuck around with food and refrigeration, that's for sure. It's a bad idea. Can you... we recycle... oh, there we go. That's a lot of stuff. Recycled too. Motorcycle 4s. I need a little bit more of those than I need other stuff because there's so many more slots to fill, but I think 5 and above is good for now. Yeah. Alright, that's some good work. Okay. Where's the other Cerberus thing? Oh, it's all the way bigger. Yeah, we'll have to go back there later. Let's look at the map. Okay. Let us bring down our map. We can now remove this. Yeah, the Cerberus stuff is all the way there. Voyager cluster, which I'm pretty sure is here. Yeah, beautiful. So I don't want to go to the Horsehead Nebula because we'll go there for Noveria anyway. I don't want to go all the way up here for now, like Hawking Eta, Kepler Verge. I think those can wait until we have to go all the way to Vermeer. Part of me wants to go to the moon though. I wanna go see the moon. Also, the asteroid thing we're gonna have to do at some point. Which I still think that thing has been displaying all the time, and I don't know. I haven't been informed by the game. Like the game hasn't told me, hey, you have a mission there. I'm thinking it's DLC stuff, and they had no way of marking it any other way. So I could do the moon thing and then Citadel, or I could go Citadel first, and then Noveria, and then maybe moon, asteroid. I want to go to the moon, but it feels like it's gonna be a fun little... I want to like delay satisfaction on that because I'm very excited about it. I feel like right now I want to go to the Citadel. I feel like that's That's what I want to do. We're gonna return, do some R&R, let the crew breathe a little bit. Maybe get some new side quests. And then on the way out, we go to Noveria. Do a couple of side missions first. Or I could go to the Horsehead Nebula now and not go to the Citadel at all. Although, I do like the idea to going back to the Citadel between each big mission. Let's go. Doosh. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Carry on,
Yes, sir.
Presley. Alright, who's gonna be the ground crew here? I don't know. Let's go with Garrus, Tsek, and Liara, maybe? I haven't paired those two together in a while. Or ever, actually. Maybe they have stuff to say to one another. Because there's going to be some elevator little trips, right? So it's a good opportunity to... Oh, maybe I want to bring Ashley. See how she interacts with... I'll go with those two. See what they do want to...
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged.
I think I can remove my helmet since we're in the Citadel. Master throw. She has master throw. She's a master thrower. I respect that. Oh my god, what is that? Looks like an old ice, you know. What's the name of the thing you put on your head when you go skiing? Balaclava or something?
The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGeni has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally returning a profit. New discoveries and a dedicated colonization effort have finally paid off for ExoGeni. ExoGeni's stock rose sharply with the announcement, with investors pleased at this surprising news.
I feel like that's a straight up lie. ExoGeni is just lying. And it's screwing its investors to try and make up for what they've lost. Yeah, I don't like that very much. ExoGeni is a bunch of liars. On the wrong way.
Hello, Commander. I think I'll be going.
Sure thing, Commander. You have a good day now.
Is that Garrus? Oh no, that was someone that looked dramatically like Garrus. Speaking of which... Yeah, you get a better pistol. That bio... No, that's an Omni 2. Yeah, you can get a better Omni tool. You also need a better amp, because you're our main biotic. You get the best of amps. And you cannot wear any of these armors. Okay. Turian, this one's better. And you get a better tool, Omni tool. And you get a harpoon. Why not? Yeah, let's get you some upgrades. So many upgrades. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, egg. Sorry. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out.
Hello, Commander.
Hello, CSEC employee. Shellick.
Good to see you, Commander.
Good to see you, Shellick. Alright, no one else has new quests for me here, it seems. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. If I came back for nothing, I'm gonna be very upset. I mean, I guess I could go play some Quasar, but the problem is that I have so much money now. I'm on the other side of what I was... Previously, I didn't have enough money to really play Quasar on the high stakes one, right? Like, I just didn't have enough. And now I have so much money that nothing I can win is worth it. It's not worth the time. So it's like, I'm sort of stuck. I wish there was the...
Sometimes I envy your biotic abilities, Doctor, but then all your people have such skill.
While the Asari have natural biotic abilities, not all have the desire to learn to use their abilities effectively.
Of course, I intended no disrespect to the effort you have put into your training. Pardon me.
No. Look at them being nice and polite to one another. Beautiful. What are those two nerds doing?
I saw your Ferros report. If we had known anything about the Thorian, ExoGeni would never have been given the permits to start a colony there.
Thank God the colony survived. We can't afford to have too many failures out in the Traverse. It's one of our major expansion regions.
That's all you care about, or that's my job? You weren't there.
You don't give a damn about the colonists. It's all just politics to you, isn't it?
We can't all be the hero who charges in to save the day, Commander. But we each serve humanity in our own way.
You can't escape interstellar politics. It's part of the big picture, and sometimes it isn't pretty.
You know, fair enough.
Just ignore him, Shepard. The ambassador's a little bitter sometimes. Comes with the job.
I get what he's saying. I understand. Someone has to do the, you know, big picture stuff.
Yes, Commander?
Is that new? Hold on.
Do you know anything about Vermeer?
Sorry, Shepard. I've never even heard of it before all this. You'll have to go out there and check it out for yourself.
Okay. Have we talked about Noveria before?
What can you tell me about Noveria?
Novaria's trouble. Always has been. The whole planet's basically a center for corporations to conduct illegal research. Watch your back there, Shepard. Spectres are about the only form of Citadel authority Noveria respects. But they aren't popular.
I think Noveria is going to be interesting. A full, like, corporate world. And that's... I think I'm going to have a lot of opinions there. What's up, Hunter? Yeah. I don't even know if that had anything to do with the game, $10. I'm not saying you shouldn't have deleted. I was confused about the message entirely. It didn't feel like it connected to anything I was doing. Yeah. When in doubt, you know, I get it. Have we talked about Kahoku
Where can
before?
I find Admiral Kahoku?
Last I heard, he was up.
Yeah.
Is there anything else, Commander?
I think that's going to be, how are you feeling about retirement?
How are you holding up?
Honest, but you're the one who can stop Saren.
Right.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need me.
We've been over this before, so that's fine. I'm assuming the Din Korlak's not gonna have anything except Herd Clan.
The Earth Clan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
I love this little guy. You know what?
Ambassador.
Yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
This little guy's growing on me, I think. I don't know. He's one of these, you know, little annoying nerds, but he's pretty inoffensive. He's growing on me. Yeah.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Nothing.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell.
Sincere farewell.
Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
Sincere thanks. Yes, Slug. I don't know. He's like this little nerdy guy. I like him.
Is there something else I can help you with, Commander?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Avina!
Welcome to Presidium. On the far end of this level, you can see the Citadel Tower.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you for using Avina. Please enjoy
Yeah, I
your
don't.
visit to
It
the
seems.
Citadel.
It seems like this visit to the Citadel. I mean, there was the Udina conversation, so for that alone, it was worth coming back. I think. Tiny bit of lore, right? Oh, that's new. Hold. Citadel Conventions. I think that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, this feels like something I haven't read before. Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. This diplomatic talks occurred in the wake of the Krogan rebellions as a response to the destruction of the conflict and an attempt to distance the Council from brutal Krogan warfare. The conventions regulate the use of weapons of mass destruction. A WEMD causes environmental alteration to a world. A bomb that produces a large crater is not considered the WEMD. A bomb that causes a nuclear winter is. Use of WEMD is forbidden on garden worlds like Earth, with ecospheres that can readily support a population. with ecospheres that can readily support a population. If a habitable world is destroyed, it will not be replaced for millions of years. The conventions do not forbid the use of WMD on hostile worlds or sealed space stations environments. Many militaries continue to develop and maintain stockpiles. Okay. The conventions graded weapons of mass destruction into tiers of concerns. Tier 1 is the greatest threat to galactic peace. Tier 1, large kinetic impactors such as asteroid drops, deorbiting space stations, effectively free and available in any system in the form of debris left over from planetary accretion. Kinetic impactors are the weapon of choice for terrorists and third galaxy nations. That's wild, but I love the concept of it. Tier 2, uncontrolled self-replicating weapons such as nanotechnology, viral and bacteriological organism, on human devices and destructive computer viruses. These weapons can lie dormant for millennia, waiting for careless visitor to carry them on another world. Tier 3, large energy burst weapons such as nuclear antimatter warheads. And Tier 4, alien species deliberately introduced to crowd out native forms necessary for the health of an ecosystem. Ecological tampering can take years to bear fruit, making it difficult to prove. Hell yeah. A little bit of juicy lore. Had been a while. Nice. Love it.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Actually misclicked.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
Nothing new.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
I'll be going now. Alright, anyone else here? Anything new? Nerd?
This place seems strange. Wish there were
Okay.
more humans around.
Nasana, anything new?
Thank you for all your help, Shepard.
My pleasure. Bartender?
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
No thanks.
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
So long. Alright. Check the tower and then if oh yeah, there's the wards still. Need to go say hi to Chloe Michelle. I mean I don't think there's anything new. It doesn't seem like. Doesn't seem like there's anything new. Outside of that little Udina conversation. That Hanar is still preaching, making good use of those permits.
You must welcome civilization after spending such a long time in the Prothean ruins.
No, cities and stations were always my mother's area of comfort. I actually enjoy the solitude of dig sites.
After seeing so many Asari come through the Citadel, I assumed your people preferred large cities. I apologize.
Garrus is way too polite. He's annoyingly polite.
I really appreciate what you're doing for me.
Oh yeah, we
Please
still
let
need to
me
find
know as
information
soon
on
as
his
you find
brother.
any information
Yeah, no,
on your
we're hard at work, Garoth. Hard at work. Any day now, we'll come with good news. Okay, I don't think there's anything new. I don't know. Goku's not even here anymore. Alright. Well, very quick tour of the wards, and then back to the ship, I guess. God, I really wish Shepard could sprint a little better. I still cannot believe this guy cannot sprint for more than 5
Reporter
seconds.
Elisa Al-Jilani recently attempted to land an interview with Commander Shepard, the first human Spectre. Commander Shepard answered difficult questions, demonstrating that under that military uniform is a keen diplomatic mind. We'll have exclusive footage later today.
A keen diplomatic mind. That's how I would describe myself. I'm very, very happy with that.
Let all races herald the glory of the Enkindlers who raised them all to enlightenment.
Have increases in Citadel traffic endangered our safety? Emily Wong offers an inside look at the dangerous world of space traffic control.
Nice. See, like, why would you... That's one of the things in this game, is like, why would I fast travel and miss all these little nuggets of lore and everything, right? I mean, if, you know, obviously you have some repetition eventually, but it feels like there's enough of them to...
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGeni
I
has
say
announced
that and
its
then we get a
research colony on
repeated
Pharos
one.
is finally...
The moment I say something, I get proven wrong. Is there anything new in here? Yeah, Doran. Show them your moves. Like, it's almost making me feel like I shouldn't have done all the side quests the first time I came here. I should have kept some for later. I just didn't want to leave. It was so fun.
Oh, sure. I can return that for you.
Thanks. Commander, I've been waiting for you to get back.
Oh.
I've got an idea, and I wanted to run it by you.
Oh, God. What does he want? Sure.
What's on your mind?
With so many human colonies being attacked, I'm not sure that one Spectre is enough. What if you signed me on as another Spectre?
My boy wants to LARP as a Spectre. I'm sorry, Conrad. I'm afraid not.
Conrad, I don't think that's a good idea.
But I'd make a great Spectre. I'd be right there with you, showing the Council what humanity is capable of. I know you're afraid to trust people after losing your team at Akuz, but I'd never let you down.
Listen, oh my God. Maybe you should first, I don't know, enroll in the military or something. You know. Let's talk about here's a test. Oh God. I would be very I'm curious what that test would be, but I'm afraid of clicking on it. I feel like I'm gonna go with that, even if it's a little maybe I don't know what it's going to be, but even if it's a little aggressive, I think maybe Werner needs some, you know, Conrad here needs a little bit of tough love, you know. Let's see.
All right, let's see. I'm a bad guy. Stop me from killing you.
What? No, please. Please don't hurt me. Why are you doing this?
Okay, hold on. Listen. This was you know, I wanted to test his mettle. You know, we have to make sure he's able to hold himself in high stress situations. Clearly, he's not able to. Obviously, I wasn't going to shoot him. The safety's on. He doesn't know that, right? This isn't your fight, Conrad. This isn't your fight.
Because you're not a soldier, Conrad. You can't handle this. Go home.
Oh boy.
I thought you were a hero. Heroes don't do things like this. I wish I'd never met you.
I think there's a lesson there. Never meet your heroes. Never put anyone on a pedestal. That was a lot rougher than I thought it would be. What's up, Psycho Rider? Listen. Here's what I can't tell to Conrad is I'm trying to save his life. He was gonna try to become a Spectre. He was probably gonna kill himself trying to do it. I was a little rougher than I needed to be because I wanted to protect him. And I had to do it. I didn't like doing it, but someone had to. Someone had to, and it had to be me. I'm very sorry, Conrad. Does it say anything about... You convinced Conrad that his interest in you is unhealthy. He should head back home to his family. It shouldn't be a problem any longer. Oh no. Well, I mean, we solved that, I guess. Oh my god, this opened another point of... Motivated buyer. Sells items to store for 5% more credit? Oh, okay. Well, hey. We got an extra intimidate point. Listen, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this, yeah. I you know, again, he was gonna put himself in trouble. He can't. Yeah. I think we made the right decision. Tough love, you know?
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
You're a doctor.
I chose to keep the medical tradition alive.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Unfortunately, nothing new with Chloe Michelle. I wish I could romance Chloe Michelle instead of fucking Ashley hitting on me and Liara thinking, you know, I'm her soulmate or something. Let me romance Chloe Michelle. Yeah, she's great. Let me recruit her to help Dr. Chakwas and, you know, be a grand old time. Nah, she said she didn't want to work with militaries, right? So she wouldn't be happy. It's probably better.
Yes, human. You need something, yes? Yes, all right then. Good tidings
nothing
to you,
new
human.
here. Good tidings to you, sir. Of course, then pretty sure we'll have nothing new as well. Alright, so our visit to the Citadel wasn't completely useless. We had a little conversation with Udina. We dealt with Conrad. Wait, was it Garrus?
CSEC always turned a blind eye to what went on in here. Big Fist was paying someone off.
I'm assuming Harkin still doesn't have anything to say to us.
Go away.
Yeah.
Let me drink it.
$10. $10, the marketing genius. Never misses a beat. I can appreciate that. Oh yeah, we need to check the financial district, even though I'm pretty sure there's gonna be nothing new there. But we haven't been there in a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's the kind of game where everyone's gonna have new things to say to you and all that, right?
How can
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I literally missed the only choice I had. Hold on.
Greeting. How can this humble servant be of use to
nothing
you?
I should go.
Goodbye.
This is truly magnificent. Most Prothean architecture I see is in ruins.
Yeah, isn't it great? Emporium shopkeeper. Yeah, nothing new around here. On the consort real quick. Is that Elena Blake? Nah.
Hello again, Commander.
Yeah, no, the door's gonna be closed. For sure. Alright, let's go to the docks. Go to CSEC first.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human...
Yeah, we've heard that before plenty of times. Alright, well, let's go back to the ship. A little trip to the Citadel, nothing big. Next step.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
Stands relieved. I'm not sure. Let's see. I mean, definitely Noveria is the next big step, right? So the Horsehead Nebula, a couple of side quests there, and then a big one. But we could go to the local cluster, and we have the moon with the like rogue VI situation. So it's gonna be either we go to Noveria or we go to the moon. I'm so excited to eventually go to the moon and see Sol, but we're kind of sort of like delaying gratification on that. Maybe we'll just go to the Horsehead Nebula and do the couple of side quests we have here and then hit Noveria. I think that's the plan. I feel like that's the plan. It's gonna be a very productive episode. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're gonna do the whole Horsehead Nebula. 2 side quests, 1 main quest. I think that's the plan for tomorrow. And then from there, we'll see. Hell yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. Okay. Jesus. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know there was so much conversation that we barely played the game, But yeah, some days it's gonna be like that. Yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. Tomorrow we hit the Horsehead Nebula and the planet of Noveria. That should be interesting. Yeah, I feel like we're a bunch of side quests. Seem like we've done a lot of work like up front with the Citadel stuff, so it feels like the pace is sort of accelerating now towards the main quests. So yeah, I feel like this shouldn't be much longer before we're done with all the main quests, and then what? What's the next step of the global structure of the game, right? Interesting. I'm excited. But yeah, anyway, I thank you all for the resubs, the gift subs. Thank you for the lurks, the conversations. I appreciate it all. I wish you a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.